bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy. Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh my God.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it? Voldemort. That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession. Weird. But anyway. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy. Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh my God.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it? Voldemort. That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession.
Who are these 20 special
There's
children?
Millie. She's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Yeah.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because she's
Who are these 20 special
there's
children?
Millie. She's a brown.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Yeah, like, fuck. None of us have ever done anything to the levels of what Esau have done. Yet you're obsessed with us. Esau, on the other hand, you're terrified of, aren't you? You are terrified of Esau. On that note, big up in the super chat. Another 1999 from Arafina. She put, "We are family. Hey, 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 hey. Hogshead trolls." Oh, wait, let me think that through. We are family. Hey, 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 hey. We've got all the Hogshead trolls with me. No, that doesn't fit. We are family. Hey, 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 hey. I've got Hogshead trolls all with me. No, one more time. We are family. Hey, 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 yeah. I've got all Hogshead. No, I've got Hogshead trolls. I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. That works. We are family. Hey, 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 yeah. I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. Hey, 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 yeah. Fucking finally, big up. Getting dry mouth then.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go?
You are most welcome to this talk, and for some strange reason I've never quite understood, world-leading scientists and doctors come on this channel to talk to us, and one of those is Professor Paul Goddard. Professor, thank you so much for coming back.
Well, John, thank you for inviting me. I'm pleased to be on the channel.
Quite a few people know you, but you're a leading doctor, radiologist, pioneering radiologist, and various other things that might crop up as we go through. But at the moment, you're doing some work on the history of medicine, which I've always found fascinating. History of medicine, history of...
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web.
The screen froze again. Sometimes I can get away with it. The way it freezes, it depends what I'm doing, but if I'm sharing a screen and I have to leave the studio, then everything has to shut down. It depends what I'm using. Some of the features can deal with me leaving the studio and coming back, and it still carries on its own, so I can kind of style it out sometimes. But unfortunately, that was one of the sloppier ones, and I absolutely couldn't do that there. So apologies. I'm doing pretty well, considering anybody that actually does any of this for like a profession or regularly streams or anything would laugh their ass off at my setup here. So it's become part of the gimmick. So I'm totally okay with all of the fuzzy visuals and the gaps and me having to wait for the Wi-Fi to come back on. All the rest, it's really added to the drama, the dramatic effect over the years, hasn't it? Especially the library stints, and that was pretty hectic. A good 15 minutes here and there with just the nonsense just sat there waiting for me. Like, it tells the story all on its own. Right. So okay, right. Let's before we get back into it, then we may as well just catch up with. So, like, why are you here? Why are you here? It's a pretty stupid question, isn't it? But yeah. So I'm famous. I'm not even sure why I'm famous. I hadn't even. You're frantic, aren't you? Because I hadn't done anything, played anything. Certainly was nothing to do with you so far. But this is what everybody seems to have convinced themselves that I've dedicated my life to exposing them. Which really, if you think about it logically, that's not possible, is it, for me to have done that for everyone? What does this probably mean then? Maybe everybody's been involved in something like YouTube, where everybody just done some dumb shit and it was recorded. So there's just so much dumb shit that everyone's needing to be held accountable for, or that they'd just rather forget. But because my life story is all muddled in with all the stuff that everyone wants to forget, I can't just pretend I don't exist. Do you know what I mean? That's why you're supposed to. I'm not gonna just keep going over and over and over and over and over. We're just dealing with what's actually here in front of us. We're documenting it so that we can make sure this bollocks never happens again. But yeah, all right, COVID. Hey, JK. He's so sad, isn't he? So what are you gonna do? Wank him off your pointless nonsense. I mean, like, why would you? Have you literally, like, DJ, I'm assuming you're not gang stalked. As much as you love to try and convince us that you've got all of this attention, I'm assuming you're not gang stalked, DJ. So I'm assuming you can generally get up and not have to worry about like a million people trying to fuck you up and, you know, all the things that have kind of like dictated my existence. I don't think you have that. I think for all of the talking about your synthesizers and all of your money and all of your drug and your drinks and your birds, and it sounds like you've got the freedom to make some different choices with what you do with your time, where you spend your time and your money. Do you know what I mean? So again, it's a similar situation with pretty much all of everyone really that's had the time and the luxury to waste their time on fucking YouTube. You've got no idea what real life's even about, have you? I mean, half are probably on PIP or something like that. I mean, it's set up for this, isn't it? Get a load of, not even a load of delinquents. That's really unfair, because a lot of people do need to be on PIP. Then you've got a lot of mentally unwell people that are going to just naturally feel tempted to hit out at other people. Sometimes that's a natural human. For some people, it's not the right way to behave, but people have to really try to not behave like that. It's an easy way out, isn't it? If you're not feeling great with yourself, it's easy to, well, not for me. I've never been able to get any kind of pleasure out of hurting somebody else. It's not in me, but I recognize that is for a lot of people. Psychology recognizes it. I don't need to explain it. It's a real phenomenon. And again, that's a lot to do with why I'm, again, my own father, very damaged, okay, but he gave me an insight into why do people become the way that they become, right? So we're always looking at little Gabriels and little Elisas, always initially, aren't we? You know, something went wrong, something's always gone wrong. So again, not going to get all caught up taking everything personally, because it's just so much bigger than that. It's just so much. What's it going to achieve? What's it going to achieve if I keep, if I carried on just getting upset that it was at me per se. To be fair, it never really was. I was so frustrated the whole way along at just the injustice, the time wasting, the death and suffering that's going on in the meantime. I've never really been, oh, poor me, poor. You've all said that. I'm like, I want to fucking kill you all because you're just letting all these kids die. That's my frustration. And you fucked up my family for what? For your fucking ego shit here. Like, what is going on? And you're like paedophiles. There's a mixture of it, but there's nothing good on YouTube that has warranted destroying my family, fucking over the planet. You know, what the fuck has YouTube produced that has... Yeah, again, I don't need to. This is being thrashed out in courts all around America at the moment, and it will be everywhere else as well, I'm sure, before too long, because it just is just the most detrimental, disgusting, sadistic, satanic thing that we could have done to our fucking children. And all the rest of us as well. You don't just like get to 18 and then you're immune to the shit that I've had to deal with. You know, so, I mean, I've already done a piece on that, how it needs to just be the beginning with the children. Obviously, it's where we need to start. Of course, it's where we need to start. But it's already taken hold with so many grown-ups. It's already shaped our society, you know, and children are going to become adults that go into this society that we've already created. So the whole thing needs attention, not just in schools, everywhere. We should always be aiming to behave how we would want children to see us behave. That is just what we should do. Okay, anything that you are really, really, really needing to do that you would not do in front of a child, you need to ask why you really feel the need to do that. Obviously, there's certain things that you do behind closed doors. Do you know what I mean? But other than those certain very adult things, like anything that you... Yeah, I don't need to. We're in an age of digital footprint. We're in an age of accountability. It's coming, the age of accountability. We're not going to be able to get away from that. So we need to just start behaving ourselves. Well, we always should have been behaving ourselves, really. You know, we've all heard that God's always watching, but that is literally, couldn't get any realer than, you know, something's always watching, somebody's always watching. And believe me, you'd prefer God watching than half these cunts. No one here is your friend and trying to encourage you and go, there, you made a mistake and let's fix that and do better. This is fucking atrocious. This is what we need to re-establish with community, like how we engage with one another and pick each other up when things like, you know, it's so fucking disgusting. Again, programming through school, computer games, all the rest of it. But anyway, let's get into this Dr. Campbell. I haven't seen it. It's only an hour or so old, but again, it's just the continuation of everything that was inevitable because the information was always there. You know, the conspiracy was always there. Well, again, I've spent years. There's not much I can do now to change what's gone on over these years. I can only tell the story from my perspective of what happened, and let's piece it back together and try to avoid similar mistakes happening again, I suppose. But let's just quickly, oh God, maybe not catch up, just have a quick scan. Yeah, exactly. Oh God, you're such a weirdo. I'm not even reading any of that, DJ. You seriously need help. You seriously need, but it's not just that you need help. You are a danger. You are a danger. Daz is a danger. Onion is a danger. Wallace is a danger. People. Thing is, they wouldn't have been able to do what they've been able to do if it wasn't for the enablers, if it wasn't for the hosts, if it wasn't for, you know, so your Clayons, your Michaelas, your Rebeccas, and some are so much worse than others. They've very, very sadistically dedicated hours and hours and hours to consciously for years. I mean, the more I think about it, the more fucked up it is to make the decision over and over and over again. Like Helen, how many years waking up knowing that she is just trying to scheme to destroy other people? How can you wake up and do that every fucking day? How can Rebecca wake up, know that she's going to spend the day tracing my videos to try and find something to try and silence me over and over and over again, seeing that, oh my God, what a prick. What a prick. And you see the problem that we've got, this is never going to go, I'm not just going to go, my life's already fucked. So what do you expect me to do? Just wake up tomorrow and go, that's all right then, we'll forget about it. 42 and a half, yeah. No, you fucked my life up. So right, until it's dealt with, until it's addressed, until it's acknowledged what's happened, I'm not going to just it's not going to just go away, is it? So you're not going to sleep any easier, any of you lot. So it's in your interest as well, isn't it, really, to start thinking about what do we do to fix this situation? Now, we're not going to just pretend it's going to go away, because it's not going to fucking go away. You're going to live in hell until you you need to repent, you need to acknowledge, you need to accept what's happened. If you're feeling like you have to go quiet, if you're having to silence somebody, you know you fucked up already, okay? If you have to silence somebody's voice, you know you've fucked up already. And then to keep doing that for fucking years, keep her away from her fucking shit. You fucking whore, Rebecca, Helen, Michaela, Barbara. Do you see where I'm going with this? This is obviously, it's not just going to go away, is it? This needs to get fixed, this situation. Now, you're not just all going to fuck off from YouTube and pretend it didn't fucking happen. I mean, you can, I suppose, and I'll just be left with some tumbleweed. The CEOs, that'll do. That's all right, actually. We just keep sifting our way through every dickhead on YouTube, finding out who made the money, who was silencing There's so many questions, but we just keep walking around with this big fat fucking torch and shining it in everyone's fucking face. What were you doing? Anyway. God, DJ, you are something else. Yeah, I'm just not even going to read it. So you crack on, and we're just going to watch what we're going to watch and process. Wallace Hoogley, the paedophile, needs to be eliminated.
Well, so they also make shoes of the skin, of the baby's skin.
They got a special tool and they put it in the skin and like in the baby's skin, and then they
take it out. And then they stick it, because the blood is kind of sticky, and stick it on the
You are most welcome to this talk, and for some strange reason I've never quite understood, world-leading scientists and doctors come on this channel to talk to us, and one of those is Professor Paul Goddard. Professor, thank you so much for coming back.
Well, John, thank you for inviting me. I'm pleased to be on the channel.
Quite a few people know you, but you're a leading doctor, radiologist, pioneering radiologist, and various other things that might crop up as we go through. But at the moment, you're doing some work on the history of medicine, which I've always found fascinating, the history of medicine, history of science. You know, I think it's just so important to know how we got where we are. You know, otherwise things just really don't make sense. And to that end, let me see. Pandemic, that was it. Yeah, you've written a book called Plandemic. Now,
yes, that's quite true.
Why on earth would you write a book called Plandemic? And when did you start writing it?
Well, I started writing it in 2017. I was invited to give a lecture on the history of plagues. And during that lecture, I went through a lot of the different plagues that have manifested themselves and affected human beings, ending up with the last but one slide saying forthcoming pandemic novel coronavirus. And when the coronavirus did hit us as COVID-19, I was halfway through writing the book. I hadn't finished it, but I finished it by the June and had it published by the June of 2020. Yeah. So
you always knew there was another pandemic coming. I mean, you've been a doctor for a long, long time, Paul. You always knew there was I mean, I used to teach my students that, you know, it's not if there's a next pandemic, it's entirely when and what organism. I mean, is that always been your feeling?
Oh absolutely. And we've had...
I'm not reading DJ's. I just saw yours there. Didn't deny it. I'm not going to disrespect and waste any more time by answering to a fucking paedophile who I've clearly said needs to be eliminated. You need to suffer. If anybody does know who this cunt is, you've got my explicit blessing to pass it to somebody else, get them to record it, teach the other paedophiles a fucking lesson. I don't want to keep wasting time on you nonsense, because there's some really important stuff that we should have been discussing the whole time, Wallace Hoogley. You've got my explicit blessing. Never been a whore, never been a slag. Don't know what that you carry on. Like, you think this is going to help Rebecca Elizabeth Penman, Michaela Onyevosa of 7 Joan Crescent Elton, Barbara McKay, Southampton, Helen James, Windsor. We can keep wasting time if you want. This is gonna, everyone's gonna be well impressed with all of those whores and all of you fucking anonymous paedophiles wasting everyone's time still at this point. It's so fucking hilarious, isn't it, you fucking nonce cunt? I want you to die. I want you to fucking suffer. God's been answering my prayers. I've fucking done my time, all right? I want you dead, cunt. I've got a pass. I want you dead. Fuck you. To hell. Call 999. Come on. Call 999. Keep drawing attention to the whores. Keep drawing attention to the whores. They deserve it too. They deserve it too. They deserve it too. Keep going. Keep going.
Plagues that have manifested themselves and affected human beings, ending up with the last but one slide saying forthcoming pandemic novel coronavirus. And when the coronavirus did hit us as COVID-19, I was halfway through writing the book. I hadn't finished it, but I finished it by the June and had it published by the June of 2020. Yeah.
So you always knew there was another pandemic coming. I mean, you've been a doctor for a long, long time, Paul. You always knew there was a. I mean, I used to teach my students that, you know, it's not if there's a next pandemic. It's entirely when and what organism. I mean, is that always been your feeling?
Oh absolutely. And we've had epidemics in between, but the pandemic was due, one could say, although I couldn't tell you at the time when I was predicting it exactly when it would come. And my last slide actually was referring to computer viruses and computer hacking and their effect and how they could spread and have a big effect on human beings. And I thought that the COVID, I didn't know it was going to be called COVID, but coronavirus disease would come before the computer problem. But the very next week after I gave the lecture in Bristol, to Bristol University and to the Bristol Medical Society, called the Bristol Med-Chi Society, the very next week the hacking occurred, and a lot of the computers in the NHS went down, and it was just what I'd been talking about.
I remember that. We had to go back to a new innovation called pens and pieces of paper.
Yes, absolutely. Worse affected of all were the slave computers in things like CT and MRI, something that I worked on when I was a radiologist, and I'd been a pioneer in both. Really, they hadn't updated the computers very much. And although the machines looked beautifully new and shiny, they had old computers in them, and they were affected very badly by the computer hacking.
Interesting. Now, next time there's a pandemic or a major world health crisis, I'd like you and Professor Dalgleish to call me straight away.
Yes, absolutely.
Because I got it wrong or less accurate than I'd like to get it for quite some time.
Well,
but yourself and Professor Dalgleish were well ahead of the game, early 2020, weren't you? You know.
Well, we were well ahead of the game.
Yeah.
I have to say that when it first occurred, I immediately thought, yes, this has come from the laboratory, the COVID, and then I read the papers in Nature and the Lancet. I thought, I must be wrong. And for a whole week, I believed these lying papers for a whole week.
Yeah.
And then my normal skepticism kicked back in just at the time that Professor Dalgleish phoned me up and said, you know, this was made in the laboratory. And I replied to him, yes, it was.
Yeah.
So that's why I started. That's why I finished the book in the early summer of 2020. But I'd started writing it because of a general interest in the history of medicine. What I've always felt about the history of medicine is that it's important to relate it to the present and then make some predictions.
And the future.
Exactly. So I go to meetings of the history of medicine, and a lot of the lectures are about some old doctor or other, or an old nurse, and somebody from the Victorian era. And then they don't relate it to the present. And I feel that, yes, that does give us a bit of knowledge about what was going on then. But my feeling was to actually look at a broad spread of diseases. What was their history? What is their history now? What will their history be in the future? And that is what I've always tried to do when I'm giving lectures on the history of medicine. Yeah.
That's what kind of fooled me, really. And you'll be the same throughout your working life and my working life. Nature and the Lancet were the definitive journals, weren't they? I mean, Watson and Crick published the DNA hypothesis or the DNA models in Nature. It's about as exonerated as you can get. And the Lancet was like, well, it's in the Lancet, end of debate, I mean.
Yeah, getting a paper in the Lancet. I only ever had one paper in the Lancet. And I never got a paper in Nature. I should have been on one, but the person decided to just put his own name on and not mine. He just gave me an acknowledgement.
Yeah.
But yes, some people are like that. But we all tried to get into the Lancet, and so yes, we had such respect for those journals, and I'm afraid my respect for the journals has been massively diminished.
And literally, that Origins paper was published in the Lancet, wasn't it? And pivotal
Nature
papers
Medicine,
published in both. So it was like inconceivable to me.
And also the guys,
all these years,
the guys who were writing them, they didn't acknowledge that they had conflicts of interest. They did not point out their conflicts of interest, which. Of course, is completely wrong. And now you find that recently the BMJ removed a paper because they say that they said it wasn't in keeping with the consensus. Well,
that's the whole point. You're not supposed to be in keeping with the consensus.
It's very disturbing what's going on. Yeah. Yes.
No, I mean, it really is a big letdown. That's what fooled me for a long time, because, all the national guidelines are based on papers in the Lancet and Nature and things like that. And
well, I think the thing as well, I think you did very well in the way you put the stuff over, because you never actually did it in such a way that you were saying that people were wrong to have said it came from the laboratory. You were very careful. And I enjoyed watching your videos. So don't feel at all that you were behind. I think you were ahead of nearly everybody else, just not Gus and myself. So
yeah, you are exceptional. Yeah. So anyway, next time you promise to call me straight away. So
yes, absolutely.
We all get it right from the start. It's interesting though. I mean, you and Gus are both medical professors, and by the application of really what is fairly pure medicine and science, you quickly realise the faults in the apparent rationality.
That's right.
That we were being presented with, and said, no, just a minute, you can't. It's like Star Trek, isn't it? You can't change the laws of physics. We have these immutable laws, of medicine that and if something appears to go against them, then that's probably wrong.
That's absolutely right. There were several straightforward things there. First of all, the virus had appeared right next to the laboratories that were playing with the very virus. Secondly, they had published work showing how easy they had found it to add spike proteins, and this virus had got added spike proteins.
The viral, the furin cleavage site.
The furin cleavage site,
Yeah,
the increased polarity, the charge on the virus, and it clearly was engineered.
Yeah.
So how was it that these people were saying the opposite? Well, they didn't want to be blamed. I mean, that's number one. They didn't want to be blamed. This was now spreading around the world. Officially, what they'd been doing was trying to create vaccines. They weren't officially trying to infect the world with deadly viruses. I say officially they weren't, because unofficially, if you do the things that they were doing, you will spread the viruses around the world. In this book, I have a table in which I show a few of the occasions in which viruses have escaped from laboratories. And they tried to tell us that viruses don't escape from laboratories. They always do.
To open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web.
I really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany, finally in 2021, that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice, came along and reversed it. Now it's called a misdemeanor. No big gain. In my point of view, all the formulations that the Ministry of Justice explained why they reversed it is a shame.
Go on, Jake, you nonce. Get on this panel now, dickhead.
I only made negative experiences in this field. I really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany, finally in 2021, that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice.
Turn it off.
Yes, a shame.
Yeah.
So sexual abuse only just became an illegal offence for particular.
You were the sexual abuser,
Yes,
Jake.
it's really a shame. Thank
Not
you so
only do you
much.
do that,
You take
you've got
so much
somebody who's
action for the
claiming
children,
to be
especially
abused
for
as a
bringing these
survivor
grievances to public
who won't go
attention.
and
That is
report.
so important.
Excuse me, if we could just hear, if we could just hear the end of this.
Doing more
Yeah,
damage.
thank you for taking this
And
time.
you think that's upon me?
Well, you're traveling right now.
This is how
Your
twisted
statements
you
really
are.
help
You're
us
the one that
to get a
started
clear picture of this problem.
after he got
We
caught
wish
with all
you
those
well
images.
for your work, everything the best.
You're the one that's
Even in your
charged by the
retirement, you're
police now.
taking action.
Yeah.
Thank you for your great
You're the one
educational
that's
work. We
banned from being
love
around anybody
you.
under the age of 18, and you got sectioned because
Thank you, Lois. I'm looking forward to join you here again when I come in
This
person.
is what you are.
So what
And
happened?
You're always so
you meet
welcome.
me and stuff. You want to put the record
know.
straight. You want to find out who I am. You want to put an end to all this and come and hand myself in at the police. This is your words I'm using back on you. I'll meet you anywhere. I offered to meet you in Telford with me and Danny, and you didn't even want to show up.
So Danny's a dangerous man. I think he would be.
Listen, it's at the police
I reckon
station. What's going to happen to you? Yeah?
No, I think he's got a gang of paedophiles.
The police.
I think there's a gang of satanic paedophiles around
There
his
isn't a
area.
gang of satanic paedophiles, Jake. It's just me. I'm just a normal guy from Wigan. Not Chester,
Well, Danny West-
not
Danny
in the
West-
army,
Danny-
not the other stuff, but me
Lyndon.
and you, if you don't turn yourself in and you don't turn at the police station, One day, I'm coming through your front door.
Do you mean Lyndon Warden or Danny West?
Danny Jones.
Danny Jones, okay, yeah.
The offer was there because apparently you've got all this information and all this stuff to hand yourself in. Well, we were going to willingly go and do it. And I don't like Danny. I've no time for him, right? But I know he's not what you say because I know I'm not. And I know the other people out here you accuse aren't. So you're accusing people all the time, all this stuff. Now, you've got a psycho beg there that's saying she's been abused. She's saying she's been abused. Well, guess what? Get it to the police station, get their abuser, yeah, and make sure he doesn't hurt anybody else. Well, you're twisting that onto me. What a weird thing to do. When I'm telling you to go and get whoever that was reported. Well, why would
what is it you don't like about Lyndon? What is it you don't like about Danny Jones?
For these nonsense? Why are you always making apologetics for people like Carl Beach and Matt?
What is it you don't like about
Justin? Why are you making these things, Jake?
I don't think you're going to compensate, are you? What don't you like about Danny Jones?
We'll listen to someone just as brave and fearless, a fighter in the battle of child abduction, ritual abuse, and child trafficking.
Jake, why have you run off now? Why are you still playing this?
Sabina McNeil studied computer science and mathematics and worked at CERN for 15 years. She then worked as an event organizer, software designer, web publisher, and mathematical artist. In London, she volunteered as a McKinsey friend, which is the equivalent of a lay legal advisor.
I'm sure you maybe would.
I'll tell you now, I will turn up.
Contact with victims.
Being you, the eye mate, face to face. I don't have a problem with you looking to my face or showing me ID, and I'll knock the living daylights out of here.
No, you probably come round with some sort of firearm.
No, I won't come round with anything, mate. I'll come round and knock your teeth down your throat. You child abusing piece of shit.
Oh, mate, you're sweating.
No, mate, about it, mate. Done with you and your nonsense and your bullshit.
You're shitting it, bruv.
I am telling you now, Jake. I am going to hurt you.
Brother, calm.
No, none of this nonsense. I am sick to death of your bullshit.
You're just exposing yourself more, Darren
I'm not
Williams.
exposing anything, Jake. I'll tell you what, honestly, mate, I am going to come to the police station, bring your evidence. I'll bring all my ID. You can lay it all in front of them. We'll see what happens, eh? We'll see what happens.
We're doing this our way.
Shit won't turn up.
We're doing this our way.
Honestly, it doesn't get much more pathetic than this. And we've got phantom fucking nonce cunt stand up as well. Like he's gonna try and guess. Like, what a absolute fucking waste of a. Oh, you're a pathetic piece of shit. You make me feel so sick still.
Where did all the nonces go? Where did all the nonces go? Where did all the nonces go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web.
And made videos over it.
Lurking on the World Wide Web.
To call me and tell me to leave you alone. You haven't even got the bollocks to have your number come up. You fucking melt. I have not touched Sabina. I will not. The law will deal with Sabina and you and AJ and Danny and anyone else you want to fucking try and threaten me with. I am not fucking scared of you cunts. You are fucking finished. You are fucking finished. I have not done anything. You are phoning me from a withheld number. You are phoning me and threatening me.
In 1984.
You just fucking said it's your last warning. How many times? Last warning for what? Last warning for what?
Lurking on the
I've not done a thing and I don't intend. I don't intend. Lurking on the World You fucking pricks harass
Where would it be normal? I mean, even if I was, which to be fair, if I was really drunk, would you really blame somebody? There were plenty of times when I was obviously really drunk. I don't blame me because I know what you cunts have put me through. I wouldn't blame anybody for drinking in the situation that I'm in, but I haven't had a drink this entire year. So, I mean, at least I know it was before, so I can't put my finger on exactly. So I just know this since I've moved here, and that was before Christmas. I've not even been anywhere to have a drink. I've not had any alcohol in the house. Do you know what I mean? So it's just this where are we now? In August. And I have to deal with this 24/7, these fucking lies to my face about who I am, what I do, that I'm a druggie, that I'm a drunk, just on and on and on. I'm a paedophile, non-stop shit. Got a fucking gaslighting phantom coming over to tell me that, look, you can see this was the night, I think, of 1,000, and this was only since I've moved in here. Like, and he's been around for fucking years. This is literally since I moved in here. I was still sleeping in the kitchen because I didn't have heating that night. That was over Christmas. This is all recorded. 24/7, my entire fucking life is just non-stop this. And they come along to tell me one after the other, a conveyor belt of abuse, whilst telling me that it's all me, that I'm a fake victim, that I've brought up, that I should be blocking them as well. I mean, could you make it up? They've just got my blessing now. I mean, like, what the fuck do you expect from me at this point in time? But carry on. It's not hard, is it, for me to something as easy as that I can easily prove. These are things that you're coming and telling me that I can easily prove. You can have tests that I'm sure show months, don't they? Can't you do hair tests and stuff that show for months and months and months? You know, so how hard is it going to be for me to put, like, how hard is it going to be for me to prove what actually happened with my sectioning? How hard is it going to be when these things are the truth? You know, why would you even risk slandering someone to their face with stuff that they can easily fucking prove? And just keep doing it. Do you know what I mean? It's just so fucking sick what you do. And it just keeps saying it, slurring. Yeah? Really? No? What, because you say so, yeah? You deserve so much pain. And do you think people are going to disagree with me, Daz? Do you think people are going to go, oh no, he was actually a really lovely guy and he was just trying to look out for who are you actually trying to look out for, by the way? So the thing is, Daz, this is where I'm there with you, okay, and I'm actually more like, make it like that. Make it like, can you see what I'm clicking really slowly so there's no sound? No one's going to hear you, Daz, as loud as you are. No one's going to hear you. No one. They'll hear on the recording after the event, but no one will hear you in real time. Nobody. Nobody will care. And you deserve it all.
From a withheld number. You are phoning me and threatening me. You've just fucking said it's your last warning. How many times? Last warning for what? Last warning for what? I've not done a thing and I don't intend. I don't intend to do a thing. You fucking pricks harass me day in, day out. And you've fucking got the audacity to phone me. And you've just done it again. So you're threatening what is coming to my door? Well. Fuck's sake. Oh, shit, man. Fuck's sake.
Yeah. It clearly was engineered.
Yeah.
So how was it that these people were saying the opposite? Well, they didn't want to be blamed. I mean, that's number one. They didn't want to be blamed. This was now spreading around the world. Officially, what they'd been doing was trying to create vaccines. They weren't officially trying to infect the world with deadly viruses. I say officially they weren't, because unofficially, if you do the things that they were doing, you will spread the viruses around the world. In this book, I have a table in which I show a few of the occasions in which viruses have escaped from laboratories. They tried to tell us that viruses don't escape from laboratories. They always do. They always do.
And here we are. It's page 97. Some examples of escaped laboratory viruses. And
there's just a few of the examples. Yeah, there we are.
A few examples there. Yeah.
Yes, you're quite right. Yes, smallpox. 72 cases in 1966 from Birmingham. Smallpox 1971. 10 cases and 3 fatal in Soviet Union. London smallpox 1972. I was in London at that time. I remember how frightening that was. 4 cases and 2 deaths. Russia and China, a pandemic which returned of flu, returned to swine flu. They may well have put that one together. They may have actually engineered that one.
There's a lot of people think that, isn't there? Yeah.
And it does go on and on. China, SARS, you see, one of the reasons I thought that we would get coronavirus problems, I knew that they were playing with the SARS virus in the laboratories. There were 6 laboratories that had the SARS virus. That's the one from 2003.
Yeah, severe acute respiratory syndrome.
Yes, and it kept on escaping. And people had died. So it was odds on that at some point from one of these laboratories where they were playing with the viruses, we would end up with an epidemic or pandemic. Yeah.
I've just thought of something interesting. It's a good job they weren't, well, they probably are playing with the MERS, the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, because that's got such a much higher case fatality rate.
They are playing with all of these, and of course they're still playing with smallpox in the laboratories in America and in Russia. But when it escaped in the Aral Sea Institute incident in 1971, that was probably weaponized smallpox.
That's pretty terrifying.
Under the Soviet Union. I mean, that's very disturbing.
Really is.
Yeah.
But if they've been, I mean, the Middle East respiratory syndrome, I mean, the death rate
absolutely
can be 40-50%.
Exactly, 50% mortality rate.
There's outbreaks occasionally in Arabia because it's carried in camels, isn't it?
Yes.
The occasional spillover.
But syphilis,
that is
for
natural.
that matter. Syphilis is carried in camels as well.
Really? I didn't know that. Right.
Yes, it's one of the few animals apart from human beings that can carry syphilis.
Armadillos, I'm thinking, is that right?
Armadillos, yes.
Yeah.
You're thinking of leprosy with armadillos.
Viewers, ignore that bit. John's talking.
No,
I think
it's an interesting
I'm thinking of
thing
leprosy.
but it's very similar.
Yeah.
And so I wouldn't put it past armadillos to have syphilis.
That's very kind of you to make excuses for me, Paul. Thank you.
Syphilis came from the New World. When we discovered the New World, we gave them a whole load of our diseases, as you know full well. We gave them smallpox and measles, common colds, etc. And they gave us syphilis. And it probably developed from yours. Not when I say yours, I don't mean you. I mean YAWS. It probably developed from yours,
which is another bacterial spirochete.
Yes, that's it. Another spirochete. And then, of course, because we were separated from the New World for so many years, it was able to mutate and change. And then when we met it, that's people from Europe, we caught it straight away and brought it back over to Europe. When it was, syphilis was very interesting then. It was really a bit different from what it is now. It was a very acute infection, and it was called the pox, and smallpox was called smallpox to differentiate it from syphilis. It's
interesting. Yeah. So the syphilis pox came first. Yeah, the great pox. Yeah,
the great pox. Yes.
Not to be confused with clap, which is gonorrhea.
No, that's another. Yes, not that's true. And I don't know why it was called clap, because nobody would surely applaud it.
No, in the old days, in the old days before we were politically correct, when I was a young staff nurse, I used to work on the sexually transmitted disease clinics. Of course, everyone called it the clap clinic.
Yes, they did. It was always called that. You're completely right. It's the alliteration, isn't it?
We're far too correct for that now. We wouldn't dream of doing that now, of course.
No.
Yeah, and the interesting thing you mentioned about there was the electrical properties of the spike protein. So,
yes,
you might have a positive ion sticking out the end of a spike protein, and that just happens to line up with a negative ion in the ACE2 receptor, and of course, like magnets, to go clunk.
You're absolutely right, but also the fact it has so much positive charge means it can actually grab onto almost any cell in the human body, because nearly all our cells are negatively charged, which is why, although it is mainly a respiratory disease, COVID also can affect the whole of the rest of the body, and it produced a whole plethora of different symptoms affecting the nervous system, affecting the gut. It just causing Guillain-Barré syndrome. It can cause so many different things.
And the vaccine designers were shrewd enough to choose the spike protein as the antigen of choice. I mean, that is just unbelievable that they did that. They took the most pathogenic part of the virus.
Well, they were warned not to.
It's just unbelievable. How do people make such elemental mistakes? It's just...
Well, they didn't really want to listen to Gus. I think this was a political opinion and the reason as anything else. But Birger Sorensen and Gus Dalglish had actually created a vaccine that did not involve the spike proteins. And they pointed out that what was very important was if you're going to make a vaccine against a virus that changes rapidly, you should make your vaccine against the parts that are conserved. And yes, that idea is now coming back into focus, but they produced that idea in the beginning of 2020.
For people that don't know this story, Gus Dalglish and others developed it's basically a dead bacterium with a particular heat attenuated process. It's a Mycobacterium vaccae, bug from a cow.
Oh, that's
and
true.
It's injected as IMM101 into the skin intradermally, and not only does it protect against probably all viral and bacterial diseases, it probably also reduces the probability of getting numerous types of cancer, and because it upgrades the T cell immune response. And
yes.
Gus did give this to the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, and obviously they welcomed it with open arms and said they can help lots and lots of people with it. Oh no, they didn't do that. No, they said no. So they go away and put somewhere else. It was completely refused. I mean, that could have been put onto compassionate prescribing, and transformed. It's just outrageous that happened.
They did make another vaccine in addition to that, and the M101 was going to be used as the adjuvant.
Right.
So no, but you're completely right that on its own, it is an excellent stimulator of the immune system. And what the BCG is what it was originally made to emulate. The BCG, which is what we were given against tuberculosis, was very effective in stimulating the immune system generally. And it would be interesting to see, I mean, I've not actually seen a report, but it'd be interesting to see a report of whether or not people who died from COVID had ever had the BCG, because
there was quite a bit on it of the protective effect of BCG in the early days. That was
yes,
it was very well discussed, and I don't think anyone's ever done a detailed retrospective analysis.
No, that's what I was thinking. But could be done.
I don't think it should be done.
Yeah.
Although the thing that concerns me about the COVID records now is it's getting on for 6 years. And typically, a lot of the records are discarded at 7 years. So,
well, they'll be so keen to discard them. They will.
Oh,
they will
they'll be chomping at the bit. It'll be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's 7 years. Bang. You know, it'll be
because they're not at all keen for us to look at what happened.
And the government is still hiding data now.
Yes. Absolutely.
I mean,
look.
Excess deaths and vaccination status. Why on earth wouldn't you release that data?
Well, that is wicked not to release the data, because how can they ever say that anything is done with the informed consent?
Correct.
When they won't let us be informed? So I worry very much about the way that big pharma, the big pharmaceutical companies, have taken over the control of medicine. But I actually think they're behaving in exactly the same way as the military-industrial complex. And I coined the phrase the pharmaceutical industrial military process.
Yeah,
that's PIMP.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that you want to put that out as the main title, because if you did, you'll probably find that you get censored. One of the things I put out got censored because pimp is considered to be a very bad word in America or something. I've no idea. I have absolutely.
We don't know anything about American slang in this country, so.
No, I didn't know that they.
Interesting point you made there about the new world. So, you know, let's pick a time. I mean, Columbus, 1492. Obviously, there was some links before that, but you know, if we take, say, the year 1450, there was advanced civilizations all up and down the Amazon with these massive structures just being discovered by LiDAR now.
That's correct. That's correct. That's a very fascinating story.
Oh, it really is interesting.
That's one of the ones I find very interesting.
Yeah.
Because there were a group of the conquistadors who reached the Amazon by coming over the Andes from the other side. The story is that they made a raft, or they had some sort of small boat, which they brought over, and they got onto this small river, and they thought they'd be able to go back up, but of course they couldn't, because it rapidly became bigger, and they were on the Amazon. They were able to get to the side, and all the way down, there was this astonishing civilization.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. This must have been about 14, just about the time of Columbus, or just before.
It was just after Columbus.
Yeah.
And just after Columbus, within a decade or so. And down they went, being treated exceedingly well by the people they met. The people they met looked after them, gave them food, and they eventually ended up at the other end, coming out
on the Atlantic side.
Indeed, where they met Spanish ships, and they were gabbling on about having seen this El Dorado. And that is where the idea of this fabled city of gold is. And when people went back 50 years later, it was 50 years before they went back. When they went back 50 years later, it had all gone.
Yeah.
No trace of it at all.
Why had it gone, Paul?
It had gone because the people had caught smallpox, they'd caught measles, they'd caught the common cold. Now, in North America, it killed off 90% of what we would call Red Indians.
Yeah.
90% of the Native Americans were killed off by it. In the Amazon, 99%, 99.9%, nearly all of them.
And certainly enough to eradicate entire civilizations.
The entire civilization was wiped out. And from then on, it became a myth, and people said this wasn't true. And then, of course, people have got LiDAR, and now we can see the pictures of the amazing earthworks. And one of the reasons, of course, that the forest was able to take over so quickly was that the stuff was all made out of earth.
Terra preta.
That's right. Now, we shouldn't be...
The dark, that dark is Portuguese or something for dark earth, isn't it?
Yes, but we shouldn't... Yes, that's right. The dark earth there is very important. But we shouldn't be conceited and think that that wouldn't happen to us. It would. It's surprising how quick, even with our concrete and our brick, it's amazing how quickly the weeds take over.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, come and visit my allotment if you want any evidence of that.
Although I have to say, the only things that really seem to have survived well in the drought have been the weeds. And if you start eating them, they'll shrivel up and disappear. I mean, anything that's useful.
Yeah, that's right. No, the terra preta is the other line of proof to me, because it's the dark soil. And
yes, the dark soil.
It contains pottery and it contains charcoal. I know we're talking about pandemics here, but it's very interesting because, I mean, as you remember from school biology, and inside wood, you've got the xylem and phloem, which are remarkably small microscopic passages. And when you use pyrolysis, so you heat the wood without burning it, you drive off all the gases, you're left with the carbon, but that fine structure is retained in the charcoal.
Yes.
And that is then colonized by all sorts of bacteria, some of which are nitrogen fixing, and it increases the fertility of the soil potentially for the next 1,000 years. And this is all over the Amazon, and and it's got made from compost. It's got pottery in it. We know this is anthropogenic material, and yet, as you say, that's why the Amazon took over so quickly, because they'd made a beautiful composted garden to receive it. But amazing, 99%. So what you're saying is, with infectious disease, it's possible that 90 to 99% of us could be eliminated potentially.
Oh yes, it is entirely possible. It is unlikely. People have said, "What about Ebola? Will that kill us off?" And the answer is probably not.
It's not transmissible enough at the moment, is it? Fortunately,
as long as the virologists don't get their hands on it and try and make it more transmissible.
Well, I think we can rest assured that they are.
Yes, I think they are stupid enough to do that.
I don't know. I mean, the point is, with all this research, is we know the bad guys are doing it. So this research will be getting done in North Korea. So you've kind of got a microbiological arms race. If we decided unilaterally to stop all this, then the Russians will be doing it. Well, that's
what I think happened with the COVID. I actually think that the reason the Americans put the money into the work in Wuhan is they wanted to see what was being done.
Yeah.
And so they wanted to be there. And perhaps the way to make sure of that is actually to put the money in. What they didn't really appreciate is that instead of it being in just one laboratory, there were 4 laboratories there in Wuhan. All 4 were controlled by the military, and all 4 were really working on bioweapons.
Pretty naive of the CIA not to realize that, though, wouldn't it? Really?
Well, maybe they did realize, but it still is naive. The money, as you know, came from the NIH, but also from DARPA.
Yeah, and that's the military research wing in the States.
That's quite right, yes. And was given by Fauci to Peter Daszak, who's been in the news recently.
Yep.
He then worked with Ralph Baric and Shi Zhengli. We know exactly where the money went. We followed the money. That was one of the reasons I knew what they'd been doing in the laboratories there.
And then that tied up with your knowledge of virology and science as well.
That's right. But people still haven't come out and said how it escaped. I have. And I tell you how it escaped. Yes, it escaped because they had made a vaccine by September of 2019 in China. The vaccine was patented in the February of 2020. So they had made the vaccine and they were testing it. They'd already tested it on their humanized mice, and they were then testing it on their political prisoners. And they would give the person the vaccine, and then they would challenge them with the virus. Well, the vaccines, no vaccine works 100%, and their vaccine only worked 50% or less. So 50% of the people caught a bad coronavirus, which was later called COVID-19. Some of them will have died. Some of the experimenters caught it. They were the ones who went down to the main hospital. The laboratories were all closed down. They were all fumigated. All evidence of this they tried to obliterate because they knew full well what had happened. It had escaped. And the authorities tried to control the message here. And eventually they failed because it escaped and it went around the world. But the people say to me, how do you know, how could you possibly know all this? The answer is I have a 50-page document from Scarlett Yan, who was a virologist who escaped to America. I also saw the video that Daszak did in the autumn of 2019, in which he said it was easy to put the spike proteins on the coronavirus. It was hard making the vaccines, and we couldn't make any drugs that worked. He was talking about the vaccines when we didn't even know that this disease existed. So we thought we did very well in getting our vaccines out by the end of 2020. We thought that was a miracle, and started giving them out to everybody in 2021. They had them well over a year before. And so we didn't do that wonderfully. We'd have done a lot better if this had all been honest and they'd been telling us straight off what had happened. But it's not a good story. But let's talk about something else in the book, shall we?
Yeah, let's talk about something much more cheerful. Let's talk about global plagues and pandemics.
Yes.
No, I mean, there's just reading through this book, Paul. It's it kind of triggered folk fears, really. Names that bring out terror in people, and that's kind of been passed on. I mean, maybe start off with that one, smallpox. I mean, in our generation, some of the older people had these appallingly scarred faces, didn't they, from smallpox? And
yes, and smallpox, that's number one of the bad diseases. It really killed more people than anybody else. It's a terrible disease.
And as you say, probably 90 to 99% of the population of parts of the Americas.
Yes, it killed so many people. And this is the example where vaccines really did work. Yeah. This is not to say that they weren't dangerous. I mean, people try to say that vaccines are always safe and effective. No, they're not always safe and they're not always effective. But when it came to being vaccinated against smallpox, the disease itself was so dreadful that even despite the fact that there was some danger from being vaccinated, it was nothing compared with the smallpox. And they managed to eliminate smallpox, except, of course, as I said, it's still in a laboratory.
It's still alive, in
America, still in a laboratory in Russia. So, but yes.
Fascinating story, goes all the way from Edward Jenner, who inoculated James Phipps with cowpox.
Yes.
Allegedly from Sarah Nelms's arm, the milkmaid who Edward Jenner was keeping his eye on. all the way through to what, 78 was the eradication, something like that?
Yes. 79,
I think, 79.
78, 79. And 1980, of course, AIDS appeared. So we had a year without a nasty pandemic, didn't we?
Nice year off, absolutely.
One nice year.
So what is smallpox? Is it a virus?
Yes, it's a very nasty viral disease. And the thing about smallpox is the fact that it actually has two variants. It has one which affects people in a rather mild way, and there's a very, very nasty version of it which can kill very quickly. Now, the thing about it, people wanted to catch the
mild form.
You don't want to catch the horribly killing form.
Yeah, because the mild form will give you immunity against the nasty form.
Yes, that's right. Though they actually did inoculate people with what they thought was the mild form, and that actually had quite a high mortality rate.
I think they sometimes got it wrong, didn't they, and gave them the wrong form. I think that was probably...
Well, I think so. And maybe there really wasn't two forms. Maybe...
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web.
Not only that, he's one of the group that have been sat around fantasizing about me getting sectioned for years on end. Now, I mean, they've just been sat around talking about me getting sectioned for years on end. And anyone who loves to say that I'm a drama queen or I've over exaggerated or whatever, I'm literally putting out these throwbacks of just recorded. And these are only the screenshots, some of the screenshots from the days. These aren't the deleted streams with all the actual information and all of the original chats and everything that was in them. Okay, so all of this, and I've got plenty of clips I have been playing anyway. Just going back, I mean, what kind of a fucking picture is this painting? We've got Helen now admitting that she's fucking told the police I took an overdose. All these people are now still trying to say that I got myself fucking sectioned when the paperwork right there is no, actually Helen was telling them that I took a fucking overdose and all of this was going on, you know. I couldn't be any fucking more out of patience than I am. And when you can say I'm clicking my hooves, mate. I'm letting people know I'm done. I'm letting God know I'm done. I'm letting Karma know. I'm letting the police. I'm letting everyone fucking know. And I will happily do time for cunts like you to get eliminated now. Do you hear what I'm saying? I don't need to really spell it out more than that, do I? So keep pushing. Just keep doing it. Go for it. Okay, I did get sectioned and I got out again because clearly they can see I'm angry. I'm furious. There's nothing mental about me. I'm ready for people to fucking suffer because of what they've done to me. That's a human reaction to the situation. I mean, I'm under psychological duress and I have been for almost a decade, okay? And there was plenty of trauma already for me to be dealing with that I haven't had a chance to yet, have I? So fuck you to hell. I want you fucking dead, all right? That's where I'm at. I want you dead. I want you to fucking suffer and I want people to know that you suffered as well. That's how I feel under psychological duress. Now, you can call the police if you want. They'll probably say, well, why don't you just leave her alone? Why don't you just leave her alone and maybe she won't feel like that? That's an idea, isn't it? But as you're here, I want you dead.
Who are these 20 special children?
There's Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know because she
Mild
comes in, they
form.
do
You
sex
don't
to
want to
her.
catch
Mostly.
the horribly killing form.
Because the mild
And
form
so
will give you immunity against the nasty form.
Yes, that's right. So they actually did inoculate people with what they thought was the mild form, and that actually had quite a high mortality rate.
I think they sometimes got it wrong, didn't they, and gave them the wrong form. I think that was probably...
Well, I think so, and maybe there really wasn't two forms. Maybe what was really happening is that some people were naturally immune to it. They'd got
it's different genetic phenotypic interactions.
Exactly. And they think, oh, this is only the mild form. Then they gave it to somebody else. The other person died.
Yeah.
So,
and that was called variolation, wasn't it?
It was. You know, they tried the same with syphilis, don't you?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh, yes. They tried to take mild forms of syphilis and they called it syphilization, which was a play on civilization as a word. And it didn't work. It just gave people syphilis.
Yeah.
Yes. So they tried to do the same with what they thought was a mild form. Yeah.
So I think smallpox, it's fair to say, has probably killed more people than any other. And very,
yes.
You can still see some of the pictures of people with it. It's like, and it's called pox because you get these horrible pustular eruptions all over the body, and then they go black and necrosed. Horrible.
If people remember chicken pox, it is similar to that, but much worse.
Much worse.
Much worse. And chicken pox is awful in itself, actually. I mean, you can get chicken pox encephalitis affecting the brain, and people do die from chicken pox. But of course, not so much these days because of the vaccines. What I can't understand, though, is what I don't understand is why there's been such reluctance to allow people to have choice when it comes to vaccination.
Yes.
Yes. What I'm talking about here is, in particular, is of course measles, mumps, and rubella, the MMR, and when people came out and said, "Oh, we think there's a problem here," instead of saying, "Oh, right, we'll separate them and see if it's," they did the opposite. At the time, these things were available separately, and they then banned them. And I find that bizarre. What I find bizarre is that
perverse,
when you're warned that even if you think that what the person has come out with is wrong, even if you think that, you should test the hypothesis. And this is what's happened in science. And that's why we wrote the book, The Death of Science, because what we'd seen... have you got a copy there?
I certainly have.
Yes. Well, we wrote the copy of the Gus and I
like to keep it handy.
Oh, there it is. Gus and I wrote The Death of Science because
followed up by Profiting from Doom, of course.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
With a forward by John Campbell. Yeah.
Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go?
You've never given a fuck if I'm very well.
Where did all the nonsense go? did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go?
So this level of gaslighting isn't just a bit inconvenient and a bit uncomfortable. This level of gaslighting, literally going out of their way to silence and destroy my life and try and make her. Can you say I'm the one that's waffling shit? Yeah, I'm the one that's no. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing every single day. Okay, I'm very collected and together with what I do, and most of it's not on YouTube. So when I'm in my own space and I'm speaking, if I'm responding to a cunt like you, who I literally do want dead at this point in time, okay, you can call it words or whatever, but look at the facts and the evidence. Okay, this is where Convid had woken up and there were over 1,000 comments that I hadn't been responding to. I'd been asleep. All right, and you're going to come here and tell me about myself. And this is typical behaviour of you. This has been recorded over and over again. This sort of shit. And you're going to come and tell me about myself, are you cunt? Like all the other fucking pussies, yeah? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Honestly, who the fuck do you think you are fooling here? But this isn't a little bit of fucking about. This is my life destroyed, isn't it, you fucking mug? You think you're fucking cute and clever and funny. Like, honestly, I want you dead. I don't know what you're not understanding. You lot need to fucking repent and sort this shit out, okay? You've created big problems for my life and for the whole fucking world. You need to start thinking about how you're going to fix it, or you need to be taken care of. Do you understand me? Feel free to call the police. I'm letting everyone know. Everyone know what's going on here and who needs to be held to account for it. I'm more than happy to sit in prison. Keep going, cunt. Keep going.
Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids'
They also make shoes of the skin of the baby's skin.
They've got a special tool and they put it in the skin and like in the baby's skin, and then they
Take it out, and then they stick it. Put the blood is kind of sticky, and stick it on the shoe.
It is similar to that, but much worse. Much worse. And chickenpox is awful in itself, actually. You can get chickenpox encephalitis affecting the brain, and people do die from chickenpox. But, of course, not so much these days because of the vaccines. What I can't understand, though, is what I don't understand is why there's been such reluctance to allow people to have choice when it comes to vaccination. Now, what I'm talking about here is that in particular is, of course, measles, mumps, and rubella, the MMR. And when people came out and said, "Oh, we think there's a problem here," instead of saying, "Oh, well, all right, we'll separate them and see if it's," they did the opposite. At the time, these things were available separately, and they then banned them. And I find that bizarre. What I find bizarre is that
perverse,
when you're warned that even if you think that what the person has come out with is wrong, even if you think that, you should test the hypothesis. And this is what's happened in science, and that's why we wrote the book The Death of Science, because what we'd seen have you got a copy there?
I certainly have.
Yes. Well, we wrote the copy of the Gas and I like to keep it handy. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Gus and I wrote The Death of Science because
followed
we'd
up
seen
by Profiting from Doom, of course.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
With a
Thank
forward
you.
by John Campbell. Yeah.
Oh, is that the same John Campbell that we know so well?
It could be.
Well,
It
and
could
thank
be.
you, thank you for writing that.
Very common name, of course.
Well, thank
Especially
you
in
for
Scotland.
writing that forward.
No, it was great fun. Yeah.
Yeah, we were. Gus and I have been shocked by the way that science has been infiltrated by people who are clearly not scientists.
Yeah.
And that's
vested interest, shall we say? Yeah.
Well, people these days seem to think that if they say something loudly enough, it makes it so. And if they then insist it is so because they're government, it is so, and they can say we are the science. Scientists know that if anybody comes out and says, I am the science, we are the science, you have to follow this, this is the answer, that is definitely not science.
No, it's the antithesis of science. It's a bit like the English abroad, isn't it? You know, if you say something to someone and you don't understand, all you've got to do is say it in English louder.
Surprisingly enough, it usually works.
They'll understand as long as you shout, as long as you're shouting at them, you know.
I'll tell you what I have discovered, talking about being an Englishman abroad, is that as soon as I go to a country with a different language, I learn please and thank you in that language.
Absolutely, yeah.
And
Totally.
then, even if they can't understand your English, they're very pleased that you can actually say please and thank you, and they'll try and help you as much as possible.
You're trying to be polite, yeah. So smallpox could be certainly the once plague. Let's hope it's not the future plague, but it could be.
I worry about monkeypox even, you see, because there's monkeypox is around and it's almost identical to smallpox.
Very similar virus, isn't it?
Oh, yes. I think that you can't find any difference if you look under an electron microscope.
Really?
That's
yes,
I don't think that. I think from what I've read, that I mean, I'm not an expert on that, but
the vaccination's pretty similar. I mean, the smallpox vaccination is good for.
Yes, it is.
It's good for monkeypox as far as.
So
I
it
know.
has to be. It has to be very, very similar, if not the very same thing, but in monkeys. But yes, I worry about that. We could talk about one or two other diseases.
Yeah. Let's go from it. I want to do typhoid. I think looking in order of morbidity and mortality, maybe malaria is the next one. I mean,
oh yes, of course.
Is that still a big problem in the world?
Oh, it's a terrible problem. Malaria is, interestingly, malaria is a bigger problem than we thought it was going to be, because when in the 1950s and 1960s, we were annihilating all of the mosquitoes with DDT.
Yep. Dichlorodiphenyltrichloroethane.
That is correct.
Must have memorized that at some point.
Yes, I memorized that as well. I used to say to people that anti-disestablishmentarianism and flossie-nossi-illy-prolification were not the longest words in the English language. Dichlorodiphenyltrichloroethane was undoubtedly longer. And they say that's not a real word, but of course it is.
Certainly is, even longer than velocipedestrianist trachylagianologist. Anyway, not enough schoolboy nonsense.
But when the not me, but when scientists discovered that DDT was very detrimental to animals,
nasty stuff, yeah.
And because I don't think it should have been surprising, because if you kill off the insects, you're going to then kill off all the animals that rely on the insects, particularly the birds, and that is exactly what happened.
Apart from the bioamplification direct toxic effect, of course.
Which, of course, killed off, in the end, worst of all, were the raptors. But
there's another interesting one of those. In India, a lot of the vultures were killed off by diclofenac.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Which is a very common non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, and I can tell from personal experience, an absolutely brilliant painkiller. What I got knocked off my bike once, and I couldn't walk for about 6 weeks. And if I took 100 milligrams of slow-acting diclofenac, I could get up and go to the loo and make my breakfast.
Wow.
And if you didn't take that, I couldn't walk for weeks. And that was without any fractures. Great stuff. But what was happening in India was because of the sacred status of cows, the old cows, instead of eating them, they were giving them diclofenac for their arthritis. And then when the cows were dying, they were being fed on
they went into the vultures.
It went to the vultures. And it's not toxic to the cows, but it is remarkably toxic to raptors, to vultures and things like that.
And talking about religions, also you have the Parsis there who when the person died, they were put on the top of a tower for the vultures to eat.
So-called air burials, yeah.
And weren't enough vultures to eat them. So no, you're quite right.
Which has got massive cultural significance for those people.
But going back to the removal of DDT, before the removal of DDT, it was thought that we were on top of malaria because we'd got killed off so many of the mosquitoes.
Yeah,
and when the DDT was banned, the mosquitoes made a massive return. So yes, it's still a big problem.
We've got this channel's got a project in Uganda, and we still get children being brought into the clinic too late. It's absolutely terrible.
Yes, it's very, very difficult. But artemisinin, of course, was devised by a Chinese lady, wasn't it?
Nobel Prize in 2015.
Yes, and she was looking at previous knowledge in so much that it was known that the was it called the sweet wormwood?
Sweet wormwood. I'm actually growing it this year. I've got half a dozen really quite nice plants now.
Have you?
Yeah, I'll put in a photograph of them maybe as an edit. But they're really nice. They're a nice plant. They've got a nice smell to them, and the reason I'm studying them is the anti-malarial properties, really.
Of course, yes.
But in Italy, there's some very interesting anti-cancer stuff coming out in it as well. So,
yes, that's right. Yes.
But given that the artemisians did make it through to big pharma, it's not impossible that some of the alkaloids in this could get through. But interesting.
Yeah, I think that big pharma has gone down a rabbit hole, basically, with a lot of what they've been doing. They've been wasting their money looking at the wrong things. And if they had looked more at the botanical and biological systems, rather than what they've done is created synthetic molecules, and they've used bigger and bigger computers to predict things, and almost none of that has led to any useful advance. And so they've been making their money from vaccines.
I suppose you could argue beta blockers have been fairly useful, but
do you think
that was a completely synthesized molecule, wasn't it? After heart attacks, they reduced the likelihood of having another one. So
yes, true.
True. For a while they were lowering blood pressure, but they're not the first.
They will lower blood pressure, but of course they. I took the beta blocker to lower my blood pressure, and it made me quite weak and breathless. I couldn't run up hills or anything like that, whereas previously I could. But so if they had looked, and if they were now to look more at how evolution has protected itself against infections and against disease, that, I believe, is the better way a more likely way to find new medicines.
Ivermectin's a nice example of that, isn't it? I mean, the avermectins are produced by a particular bacterium. And
yes.
the
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they've only ever been discovered in Japan by Santoshi Omura. But he discovered these, I can't remember the type of bacteria now, I'll maybe put it on the screen, but they produced the avermectins, and the avermectins are completely devastating to the nervous systems of worms and things like that. So you had a nice clear area for the bacteria to thrive in, because the avermectins had killed off all the sort of potential bugs that might eat them in that area. And then, of course, Santoshi Amuro discovered it. William Campbell refined it into ivermectin, and that's what's killed all these parasites. You know, the parasites that used to block the lymph nodes, and they used to cause the river blindness, the
filariasis,
filariasis in the limbs, and the one that affects the eyes. Can't remember
the microfilariasis,
something like that. yeah. But I mean, transformed world health, and then of course we're now convinced it has anti-COVID properties. There's no real question about that. And of course, we've been talking with Gus about anti-cancer properties. These natural molecules that can have so many pharmacodynamic modalities that a single design molecule simply doesn't have. I agree completely. We need to go back to the thousands of years of tradition that were forgotten.
Yes, and some of these things only work in partnership with other similar molecules, or maybe completely different molecules, or maybe several. So it has always been the idea that one should find a single molecule that would work. But in fact, it might be several.
Oh, I mean, we do that in medicine. We use synergistic effects. So, you know, when we can give morphine, we might give a phenothiazine with it, because that, you know, helps the morphine.
Yes, we do.
Bit, you know.
Oh, yes,
there are things like that we can do. But, you know, potentially in a herbal preparation, you've got half a dozen that are going to interact in potential synergistic ways that really are beyond pharmacodynamics, because it's almost like it forms a chaotic system, and you get these emergent therapeutic properties potentially.
You're completely right there.
Idea.
I believe that that's what it is. And I also think that a lot of the time we think we're dealing with a simple bacterium to remove or whatever. Think about tooth decay, and think about what's going on there. In your mouth, around your teeth, there will be many different bacteria, and they can produce what's called a slime. And that is a complex structure. And I came up with the idea a little while ago that when you floss your teeth, it may not just be the flossing, the actual removal of stuff that affects it, but the disturbance of the structure of the slime. And I don't think anybody's actually looked at that. But
that's certainly true. But bacterial matting. So, you know, if you pick up pebbles from a river and they feel slimy, you know, that's a bacterial coating on the top. Because the reason I learned about this was it's sometimes a problem in chronic wounds, as you all know, that you can get these bacterial mats. Where the surface of the wound is entirely, a bacterial mat, and that's inhibiting wound healing. And the only way to deal with it is sometimes a bit of brutality to physically disrupt that.
Yes, debridement.
Debridement. Well, debridement is just removal of the dead tissue, but removal of this bacterial slime.
Yes,
sometimes some of the nurses I work with would use wet to dry. So they put on a wet dressing. And then it's a bit brutal, but, you know, when they took that off and they pulled it off, it would pull off the surface layer with it. And then, you know, wound healing would resume after that, because you got rid of these bacterial mats. It's a very, very interesting idea. The other thing that you've just said there that reminded me of a lot of things that have been found out opportunistically. Gus and myself were just talking about this. So many things have been found serendipitously.
Yes,
in medicine.
Yes.
For example, as you know now, Gus is working on low-dose naltrexone.
Yes,
which was discovered by people withdrawing from heroin. It's absolutely fascinating. So malaria is this terrible insect-borne. It's actually a parasite, isn't it? It's a protozoum.
It is. Yes,
it causes phenomenally high fevers. Can kill children at an appalling. Children can die appallingly quickly. I mean,
well,
I'm not advising people how to treat malaria. It's not my specialism. But my friends in Africa, they get children in, and the first thing they actually do is bring up the blood sugar because they become immensely hypoglycemic.
Yes.
And bring down these horrible high temperatures, which could be over 40 degrees centigrade. Then, of course, they give the specific antimalarials, and then often 12 hours later, the kids are running around again, you know. But, you know, occasionally we do sit down and cry because a child's brought in too late and you don't make it.
No, that's right.
Appalling. I mean, how many children die a day in Africa from malaria? 1,000 a day, maybe, something like that. You know, we don't really know. It's still
interestingly as well, it's one of the diseases which seems to spread whether or not human beings are having wars. And one of the things I say in Plandemic, that one, is that most pandemics and big epidemics have occurred due to wars. That it happens without war is that you have a disease in an area, but it doesn't spread outside that area. If it's a very, very nasty disease, it probably kills people off before it can spread.
Yeah. Which isn't in the virus's best interest, of course.
No, but if you have wars, major wars, then diseases can spread much, much more rapidly because of the huge movements of people, people being underfed,
living in difficult, unhygienic circumstances.
Yes, the water supplies are affected and all this sort of thing. So I actually think that most of the diseases that we've been talking about and we think about are spread due to wars or due to man's inhumanity to man. So if you say, well, if it was actually a bioweapon, and if they were actually creating it and trying it out of war.
Yeah.
So it is very interesting. And
it is.
How did they manage to make that, the viruses? Well, in other words, how did they change the COVID? Well, they passed it through humanized mice in the presence of other viruses.
These are mice which have got human genes in to produce transgenic organisms. So the mouse might produce, say, a human ACE2 type receptor, for example. It's still a mouse, but it's got some human genes in it.
So they actually got the viruses that they used from Canada. Now, how did they do that? There was a Chinese virologist, and she was working in a lab in Winnipeg, the only category 4 biosafety level 4 lab in Canada.
Who are these 20 special
There's
children?
Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her.
What exactly do you think you are achieving here? I mean, I'm not actually reading. I can just see like streams that this is what you've done for fucking years, and you're just one person, and there's so many of you that have done this for fucking years, and now there's two of you that do this essay writing as well. It's just so fucking mind-blowing. Can you imagine one person having to deal with this many people and their obsession, their possession, their obsession? Do you want to? I'm going to drop the link. Do you want to come on and have a conversation and explain why you're here? Both of you have been on like before, so why don't you come on and have a conversation about why you're here? Because I can't read all of this. I'm doing stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like my whole life is this. Hounded by weird cunts I shouldn't even know fucking exist from the second I'm awake at literally, what was it, 6 o'clock this one started, was it? What the fuck do I'm literally trying to cover the things that I've been trying to cover for my whole life that really matter for humanity, for my children, for myself, you know, not being selfish or anything, but no, my children really have come first. And now, can you not see all of the links of all of the things that I've ever been speaking about are now just in the news anyway, because they're just relevant, because they always fucking were. But you're still here hounding me and telling me I'm shit and I'm ugly and I'm this and I'm that. What the fuck do you think the rest of the world are going to think? Every fucking day of my life, all day, 24/7. There's always, yeah, don't think I'm talking to you though, so you feel free to talk to the world, but I am not opening myself to any more abuse than is necessary just to have the rest of the world see what's actually fucking gone on here. So, DJ, we've heard your voice as well before, so feel free to come on. Yes, I know you're backstage. I'm going to leave. You can come on and speak, but I'm not engaging with any more abuse than necessary. You're in my church, cunt, remember, in my life. How many fucking years, you weird fucks?
So she's run off. Invites you on, claims that, like, oh, come on, challenge me, question me. Oh, come on, and you're brave enough to join. You're brave enough to join, and then you join, and you're like, right, I'm going to go because I've got no answers to all the lies and bullshit that I've been saying lately. And I know Phantom has known me too long, and he knows too much history. He knows too much about all the lies and the bullshit. Kaylee, like, I think of Bops the other day. Bops actually came on, right? I ain't seen Bops like that. I could tell Bops was in a different frame of mind. He came on to try to actually talk to you, and you just couldn't. You just, right, I'm going to say something now. I'm going to put my neck on the line here. I don't think people hate you as much as you think people hate you. It's like car crash TV. We're all sitting here. It's like every fucking show is like she's off on one. We all go through it, right? You know how you've been doing these case files, and you'll repeat the same fucking shit like for 6. You'll do a 6-hour stream, but there's probably half hour of you talking in it. Do you know what most people do? They just scan through it. Oh, no, it's Kaylee talking. No. Oh, this is repeat. Oh, this bit, Kaylee's talking in this bit. Let's listen to this bit. And it's you going, fuck you, dead nonce. It's like car crashes. You're making yourself a fucking character. Right? So don't blame others for not taking you seriously.
Come into the tree. They strung up a man. They say you murdered 3. Strange things did happen here. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree? You're dead and called out for his love to flee. Strange things did happen here. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree.
Who are these 20 special
There's Millie. She's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Campbell.
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know because she comes in, they do sex to her.
Who's that?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
Every single teacher, specific teacher.
No, every single, the whole school does. The whole school, and we got our own church too, because they do that. Because after, as I said, we throw babies, we drink them loud, but then after so the social services who are in it, they go to families and
You never fucking play anything good apart from this guy talking about. Every fucking stream playlist get used it. Fucking thing top. It sounds crap as well.
Strange things can happen here. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight. Are you coming to the tree? They strung up a man. They say you must be free. Strange things can happen here. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight. Are you coming to the tree? We're dead, not cold. How far is love to see? Strange things can happen. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree.
the paper sounds doesn't.
Oh god.
Oi. Don't take it personal. She ain't well, mate. Don't take it personal.
You're fucking selling you stuff. You're fucking selling you. What's that?
What did you say then? Sorry.
So I thought Kayla would come on and I went to fucking
Well, she was on. She was commenting, and she says, like, she laid the gauntlet, come challenge me. She gives you the link and then runs off. Way to run a channel.
Laugh a minute.
Then when you start speaking, even I tried to make the most of it on my own, right? And then because she didn't like what I was saying, she just plays music over you. So even when she's not, she'll censor you. She'll talk over you without even being here.
Oh yeah, it's not a thing, Kaylee. I'll say it to you. I just sit here laughing my balls off. I sit here watching this fucking crap, man. I'm just sat here fitting the sides.
Like, seriously, I think she don't realise. People don't really give a shit about her, right? It's car crash TV. It's car crash TV. That's why a lot of people watch it. It's because it's like, how can someone be this mad? And I'm not sure. I'm still, to this day, and I've said this from 5 years ago, I'm not sure if she's genuinely mental or it's all an act. It's an act, I think.
Well, if it is an act, she's fucking mental. I'll tell you, kid, if it's not, I'll tell you, kid, right? If it isn't an act, she's mental for acting it, and if it isn't an act, she's fucking mental anyway. So she's fucking mad both ways.
So, yeah, either way, it's not good. But one way leads to less guilt. That's all I'm saying. Because if she's acting, then fucking hell, I don't feel guilty. But if
what do you mean, like a parody?
In fact, to be honest, if she ain't acting, I
don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday.
Ask her for specifics, right? Because she always goes, the situation, we are where we are, the situation, this, that, the other. She never actually specifies what anyone's actually done.
What do you want me to do?
Can I speak, please? Can I speak, please? Say the name to the whole thing about everything. Can I speak?
But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Can I speak, please?
Oh, right. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but let me keep the smoke for later.
Thanks, silly buggers. I just want to play. Oh, brilliant!
Guys,
Yeah, the thing is, there's absolutely no point, is there? Because clearly I'm playing things that are just open and collective abuse, and you just choose to not see it. So I've developed a court myself. I've registered myself really basically as a judge to under duress. It's not because I thought I was...
in to produce transgenic organisms, so the mouse might produce, say, a human ACE2 type receptor, for example. It's still a mouse, but it's got some human genes in it.
So they actually got the viruses that they used from Canada. Now, how did they do that? There was a Chinese virologist, and she was working in a lab in Winnipeg, the only category 4 biosafety level 4 lab in Canada, and she stole viruses and she sent them through the post to Canada. When they discovered this,
to China. From Canada back to China.
Sorry, yes. Mm-hmm. Sent her, this virologist, when they discovered what had happened, they deported her from Canada to China.
I remember that. Yeah.
And without that bit of espionage, which is what it was, I don't believe they'd have been able to make the COVID-19. And
although they were getting some of the virus from bats in northern Thailand and northern Laos, weren't they?
They were the coronaviruses. They had 200 coronaviruses, but the point is that they passed the coronavirus through the humanized mice in the presence of AIDS, Ebola, and probably Nipah virus. Now, those are the viruses that were stolen from Canada.
And this is when you can get the genetic shift rather than the genetic drift.
Yes.
When you have two viruses infecting one cell at the same time.
Absolutely. Now, the thing about it is, this is not natural evolution, because the chance of a human being, don't forget they're humanized mice.
Yeah.
The chance of a human being catching a coronavirus and then being in the presence of 3 other viruses
at the same time. Yeah.
At the same time. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You might be in the presence of one other virus, but you might have a virus and then another virus, but you're not going to have 3 other viruses. And this is why they should never have done that sort of work. And that is why gain of function studies of this nature, which I call them make another disease studies, which is MAD or MAD. And make another disease studies should be totally banned, but they've still been doing them. And going back again to the COVID, the Pfizer people were caught making a variant of the COVID. And their argument was, yes, but we needed to do it.
Are you coming to the tree? They strung up a man. They say you murdered 3. Strange things did happen here. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree? A dead man called out for his love to flee. Strange things did happen here. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree.
Anyway, Brian, you know how Brian argues. Got a lot going on in this.
Brian, yeah. The one that took us up about 10 minutes.
When he knows it's something. But I thought, hold on, copyright law allows this something.
It's not anymore, but it's not anymore.
As long as you turn it into something good, you're allowed to say.
No, it's not. Change the law. Change the law.
Anyway, long story short, I got a copy of it. So I sent Brian a text. I said, look, Brian, when are you going to release this music, blah, blah, blah. Brian said, no, I'm not. I've had a copyright. But the other expressed, he said, yes,
Here's a question.
When you have 2 viruses infecting one cell at the same time.
Absolutely. Now, the thing about it is, this is not natural evolution, because the chance of a human being, don't forget they humanize mice.
Yeah.
The chance of a human being catching a coronavirus and then being in the presence of 3 other viruses
at the same time. Yeah.
At the same time. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You might be in the presence of one other virus, but you might have a virus and then another virus, but you're not going to have 3 other viruses. And this is why they should never have done that sort of work. And that is why gain-of-function studies of this nature, which I call them make another disease studies, which is MAD or MAD. And make another disease studies should be totally banned, but they've still been doing them. And going back again to the COVID, the Pfizer people were caught making a variant of the COVID. And their argument was, yes, but we needed to do that in order to make the next vaccine. That's been the argument given all along, isn't it? That's the argument given all along. And so they make another disease and they've got a vaccine against it. Oh, surprisingly, that's very good for their coffers, isn't it?
In that case, it's not mad, is it? It's strategy.
Yes, that's right. That's strategy.
It's good business. Good business, Paul.
Strategically, another disease. That's sad rather than
for the
mad.
rest of us. Indeed. Yeah.
So typhoid.
No, I was going to. I was just thinking. Something's just come to mind. When I was a child, we used to have a nursery rhyme. I don't know if they still got it. Ring a roses, a pocket full of posies, a tissue. We all fall down. And we used to play this in the playground. Did you?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And,
yeah, we used to join hands and run around and sing "Ring a Ring of Roses," and everyone fell down.
And supposedly this was due to the Black Death.
Go ahead, tell us.
That's what.
Let's unpick it. What's the Ring a Ring of Roses?
What is the Ring of Roses? I suspect that is the.
I think it's the rash, isn't it? It's got to be the rash.
I was going to say that. Yes, you're quite right. I think it is that. I think it's the actual rash that you see.
The red rash, yes. A ring of roses.
There's another ring like that I'm reminded of, and that is the target.
In Lyme's disease,
in Lyme's disease, and that's that. Yeah,
we might come on to that. That's another ring of roses. A pocket full of posies. Posies are the old word for flowers, isn't it?
Yes, because they believe that they could protect you from this. A nostrum, it was called, wasn't it?
It makes sense because it smells nice. They smell nice.
Smells nice, and the disease
is caused by malaria.
Yes,
and miasmas
to protect.
So these big long beaks that they used to have.
That was protect them again from the effect of the bad air.
Yeah, and they were full of flowers that smelled
miasma.
Nice. The miasmas, that's right.
The miasma.
Yeah.
Interestingly, I actually do think there is some truth in the miasma story, because the difference between the miasma story and the germ theory is that with the miasma, you're thinking that there are toxins, poisons in the air, not infective things, but you can be poisoned by the air. And that particularly occurs with that occurs when there's toxic mold. Toxic mold produces
farmers' lung and things like that.
Yes, these produce toxins which you may not infect you as such, but it can cause you to have a nasty disease. So what happened? The miasma theory went out of favor because the germ theory was shown to be so successful. But that doesn't mean that the miasma theory was completely wrong.
Yeah.
The miasma theory does not have to be wrong because the germ theory is right.
Yeah. So miasma was the prevalent idea that diseases were spread through this is where we get mal. Mal means abnormal or painful. Malaria. The miasma theory of disease. Then, of course, the tissue is the potential for the bubonic plague to go into the pneumonic form. And after that, you die pretty quickly. So Yersinia pestis is the causative organism of this infectious plague, isn't it? Why do we call
used to call Pasteurella pestis, didn't it? Do you remember that?
No.
Well, in the old days,
Yersinia is the name of the scientist, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but it was from the Pasteur Institute, so they called it the Pasteurella pestis, and only later, I think probably after he died, did they change the name to Yersinia.
Yeah,
but
and
yes.
black because these pustules go black. Is that the necrosis? Is that where the black comes
yes,
from?
that's right. The interesting thing was that there was also a respiratory side to it, and the Black Death could be spread by the pneumonic version. I wondered whether or not there was a coronavirus going around in a syncytium or syncytial effect with the pestis, Yersinia pestis, because they reckon that there is a similar coronavirus that has become less and less pathogenic. But when they've looked at it, they said that it probably evolved around about the same time in 1400, 1450.
And there is some very curious historical epidemiology surrounding the Great Black Death that came to this country in 1348. Of course, it had been around Europe before then. You know, where like a whole street will get the infection kind of more or less simultaneously. So,
which is very hard to understand when you think it's due to black rats and their
it is. There was, I remember about 30, 40 years ago, that there was this idea that it could be a viral infection. But since then, with the advent of the genetic analysis, we know for sure from looking at the teeth of. So if you know, there's great plague burial pits.
Well, undoubtedly,
all over the place, and you look in the teeth and you find Yersinia pestis DNA.
We know that Yersinia pestis was a cause, but what we don't know is, was there anything else with it?
Correct. Yeah.
And as I said before over about the miasma, because one thing is correct, it doesn't necessarily mean that the other thing is wrong.
Yeah. It's a good point. But I mean, I think it's worth going over some of the basic biology of the plague. So this Yersinia pestis, it's carried in rats and rodents of the reservoir.
And it doesn't have to be the black rat, even though...
No, a whole variety of rodents. Yeah. And then they're bitten by fleas. And so it goes from the blood in the rats into the gastrointestinal system in the flea. It stops them from swallowing, and the fleas start regurgitating this stuff, and then when they bite you, it comes out, and the Yersinia pestis pours out of the mouth of the flea into the human, and that causes the bubonic form with these horrible buboes, these big swellings in the lymph nodes, and then it goes to the lungs sometimes, and that causes the pneumonic form, and that's how it spread from person to person. So,
the first big outbreak that we know of was the Justinian plague of 540.
I'm going to challenge you in a minute, but go on, tell us about that.
Yes, because that occurred
540.
When Justinian was retaking the Roman Empire, and he'd managed to take north of Africa. He'd managed to take Spain. He was just about to take the good bit of Italy, because he, of course, was based in Constantinople.
Yep, the early Byzantine, yeah.
And then the plague started to spread, and it killed off half or more of his soldiers, and he had to withdraw back to Byzantium.
And we do know that was Yersinia pestis from genetic studies, so that is, I understand that's pretty well confirmed. Now, let me take you to 1 Samuel chapter 5, I believe it is. The Philistines had captured the Ark of the Covenant.
Yes.
Put it in the temple of Dagon. And the Dagon statue fell over a couple of times, I believe. And but the Philistines were afflicted with a plague that caused. Now, the translation in the authorized version is hemorrhoids or hemorrhoids. But that's based
Right.
on a rather crude translation.
Yes.
It basically means lumps, tumours.
So what you're saying is that could well have been the first. I like that.
Yeah, and we're talking
like
about one Samuel. I guess we're talking about 1200 BC. So you've got the idea that there's a plague which is massively transmissible, spread throughout the entire population really quickly, and it caused people to get sick. It caused people to die, and it caused lumps, tumours, as it was described. So
yeah.
Interesting idea. It will kind of fit.
Well, I've not heard that one before, but I like it. Where did you get that from? That's a good one.
Oh, this one site. It's in the Bible. Yeah, it's called the plague.
No,
of
I know
Ashod,
it's in the
plague
Bible.
Of Ashod.
I remember.
I don't know. I've heard it. I mean, I think it's a fairly well recognised theory. Although I do make things up from time to time. I sometimes confuse reality with my own imagination.
Well, don't we all? Yeah.
No, it's a recognised idea that it could have been an early form of bubonic plague.
Oh, yeah. Well,
and then, of course, going into the pneumonic form, which will give rise to the transmissibility. And shortly after that, there is, I think, some Old Testament law on rodent control as well. So, the two do kind of. It's an interesting idea. People can accept it or reject it. If there's an outbreak of bubonic plague now, would that be a problem?
Probably not, because antibiotics can deal with it.
Yeah.
But
and in fact, there are. I actually think my brother might have had it.
Yes,
he was working in a Hyderabad in India, and he got really sick, and he went in for some IV antibiotics, and he got better straight away. I think he might have had a bit of pneumonic form of
yes.
It's quite possible. I can't prove that, but. There are outbreaks of the pneumonic form from time to time, but very, very thankfully, very sensitive to antibiotics. So,
yes, no, that's not one I'm scared of now.
No, just imagine if we could go back with modern antibiotics. I mean, if we think about the Black Death in 1348, just imagine the situation. It's a bit like people 100 years later in South America. 40-50% of your village die.
Yes. I tell you what, though.
Just think about that. Just think about that, though. I mean, half of your family die, half of your friends die, half of your workmates die. It's just thankfully unimaginable to us.
But one of the things it did was it got rid of the serfdom system, because there was such a shortage of labour that they had to pay for labour.
Yeah,
and before that, they didn't. Although we didn't have slavery as such in Britain, we did have serfdom, and that's
pretty well slavery.
Pretty much the same. But that was destroyed by the Black Death.
Well, it helped, and then there's one of my greatest heroes in history, Wat Tyler.
Yes,
who led the Peasants' Revolt and was treacherously dealt with by the king.
He was.
But for the first. Great working class hero, Wat Tyler. Very underestimated. Can't beat a working class hero.
No, he certainly was a working class hero.
Yeah, he certainly was. Yeah, so that's bubonic plague. Come and go, but thankfully eminently treatable at the moment. Now, the next one. Tell me when you get bored. By the way, Paul, but I just find this so interesting. Should we do tuberculosis?
Yes. Tuberculosis is interesting. Tuberculosis is interesting because people didn't want to believe that it was a contagious disease, but it quite clearly was. And there were some places in the world where they obviously knew it was contagious because they basically didn't have it, and somebody would come in with it and spread it to them. There are various different forms of it, as we know. We normally think of it as affecting the lungs, which of course it does. And when it affects the lungs, it particularly affects the apices of the lungs.
The top bits up here.
The tops, because it seems to like aeration. It seems to like well aerated areas in the lungs, and it doesn't affect the bases to the same extent, whereas other pneumonias quite frequently will affect the base of the lung. But it also affects things like the spine, and that's a well-known condition of Pott's disease, it's called. And it also affects the neck. And in the lymph nodes in the neck,
well, I think we should just say this is not postural orthostatic tachycardic syndrome. This is the degeneration of the tell us what POTS is in that context, Paul.
Well, POTS disease is an infection of the spine itself, and the spine collapses, and the person will have a fairly typical posture. They'll have a sharp kyphosis. Their spine, their backbone will be bent.
Sort of
like that.
Bent forward, yeah.
Bent forward like that, and that's actually shown in Egyptian paintings. And also some of the mummies have this. So that's
tuberculosis of the vertebrae.
Tuberculosis of the vertebrae.
And this is something you could recognise pretty well instantly, is it, on X-ray?
Yes. And these days, of course, on MRI, you get the most amazing.
I haven't listened to this one, so I'm actually listening to it. I'm only scanning the chat on occasion. And you've been doing this for years, haven't you? I'm not triggered. I'm going through phases of brutal fucking anger and rage. I'm really fucking angry, 100%. And I'm ready for people to, whatever needs to happen, I'm more than ready now. God knows this. I've been as open as I can. I've told the authorities about it. Do you know what I mean? I'm under psychological duress. I'm literally hounded 24/7 by a load of Nancy cunts who make me feel fucking sick all day and night. You've destroyed my life. You're still doing it 24/7, still trying to gaslight me. I don't know what else you think is going to come of this situation, and you're still trying to say that I've chosen this over my fucking children because you lot can't keep yourselves away from me and haven't been able to for all of these fucking years. It's all my fault because I'm accessible on social media like every other fucking person on the planet, because anybody can survive without being present anywhere on social media. Because I run around going, look at me, look at me, look at me. No, I just share the same information I've been trying to share the whole fucking time. What I've actually got going on is on Blue Sky. It's not even on YouTube. This is just where the videos are. You all come to me every fucking time you come to me. If I'm not live, you're leaving shit in comments everywhere. This is documented for years, Daz. You stupid cunt. Years. And there's loads of you as well. And you're going to still fucking try and tell me. I mean, like, I don't know what... I'm so ready for whatever needs to happen to you, cunt. I'm so ready. Beyond ready. I'm so beyond ready. I didn't think I'd get to this point, but I'm there. I am so there. And I don't know what you need me to say for you to understand it. I don't know what you need maybe just to happen. Maybe it just needs to happen now. Maybe that's going to help you understand, help other people understand. But I'm not flapping like I'm stressed out, like something's going to happen to me. Like I've said, prison will be fine. Trust me. I've been in worse than prison for a long fucking time. All right, I'll cope with prison. We are there and beyond there now, okay? So you want to keep going, then keep going. Keep bringing up my kids over and over again. This just makes everything better for Rebecca Elizabeth Penman, Michaela on the Avosia, 7 Jane Crescent Elton, Barbara McKay for Southampton, Helen James, Windsor. We've got people all over the place, haven't we? And people are going to get bumped into all over the place, aren't they? And you're making it better for them every fucking day. All these people that are known, your Clayons, your Lukes, all known. People are going to be bumping into them all over the place, aren't they now? Because this is going to go fucking viral. Trust me, cunt. All right, I will make sure of it now. I don't want to be the centre of attention, but if I set my mind to something, I will fucking achieve it. So that's where we're at now. I'm so ready for whatever the fuck it takes to get rid of you.
Typical posture. They'll have a sharp kyphosis. Their spine, their backbone will be bent.
Sort of
like that.
Bent forward, yeah.
Bent forward like that. And that's actually shown in Egyptian paintings. And also some of the mummies have this. So that's
tuberculosis of the vertebrae.
Tuberculosis of the vertebrae.
And this is something you could recognize pretty well instantly, is it, on X-ray?
Yes. And these days, of course, on MRI, you get the most amazing pictures of the
MRI is too easy, isn't it? You know, it's just like looking at the actual anatomy. Even I can recognize things on MRIs. They're just absolutely brilliant.
Yes, it is. It's an astonishing technique. So you can see it on MRI. The disease in the neck, scrofula.
Scrofula. I didn't know how to pronounce that. Scrofula, right?
Well, scrofula causes the enlargement of the neck, and
from the lymph nodes primarily.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
For 1,000 years or so, they believe that...
I'm going to have to learn that word. Yeah. Sorry.
You can be scrofulous if you have it. Anyway, they believe that the kings of France, and then of France and England, could, for 1,000 years or so, they believe that the kings of France initially, and then France and England, could cure scrofula by giving the sufferer a gold coin.
Yeah, this is called the King's Touch, isn't it?
It is. That is, and I tell you what, if you don't mind waiting for a minute, I can run and get a touch piece to show.
Well, over the course of the day, there have been people coming to lay flowers here as they continue to pay tribute to those police officers who lost their lives.
Where did MK Ultra go and all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go and all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web?
Really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany finally in 2021 that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice, came along and reversed it. Now it's called a misdemeanor. No big game. In my point of view, all the formulations that the Ministry of Justice explained why they reversed it is a shame.
Go on, Jake, you nonce. Get on this panel now, dickhead.
I only made negative experiences in this field. I really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany, finally in 2021, that this is not a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Bushman was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice.
Turn it off.
Yes, a shame.
Yeah.
So sexual abuse only just became an illegal offence for particular.
You were the sexual abuser,
Yes,
Jake.
it's really a shame. Thank
Not
you so
only do you
much
do that,
you take
you've got
so much
somebody who's
action for the
claiming
children,
to be
especially
abused
for
as a
bringing these
survivor
grievances to public
who won't go
attention.
and
That is
report
so important.
Excuse me, if we could just hear, if we could just hear the end of this.
Doing more
Yeah,
damage.
thank you for taking this
And
time.
you think that's
Even
upon me?
While you're traveling right now.
This is how
Your
twisted
statements
you
really
are.
help
You're
us
the one that
to get
started
a clear picture of this problem.
after he got
We
caught
wish
with all
you
those
well
images.
for your work. Everything the best.
You're the one that's
Even in your
charged by the
retirement, you're
police now.
taking action.
Yeah.
Thank you for your great
You're the one
educational
that's
work. We
planned to be
love
around anybody
you.
under the age of 18, and you got sectioned because
Thank you, Lois. I'm
really
looking
like
forward to
to
join you here
communicate
again
with children.
when I come in
This is
person.
what you are.
So what
And
happened?
You're always so
you meet
welcome.
me and stuff. You want to put the record
know.
straight. You want to find out who I am. You want to put an end to all this and come and hand myself in at the police. This is your words I'm using back on you. I'll meet you anywhere. I offered to meet you in Telford with me and Danny, and you didn't even want to show up.
So Danny's a dangerous man. I think he would be.
Listen,
he
to
might-
the police
I reckon he-
station, what's going to happen to you? Yeah?
No, I think he's got a
Nothing
gang
from
of
us.
paedophiles.
The police.
I think he's got a gang of
deal with
satanic
you.
paedophiles. I think there's a gang of satanic paedophiles around
There
his
isn't a
area.
gang of satanic paedophiles, Jake. It's just me. I'm just a normal guy from Wigan. Not Chester,
Well, Danny West-
not,
Danny
in the
West-
army,
Danny-
not the other stuff, but me
Lyndon.
and you, if you don't turn yourself in and you don't turn at the police station, one day I'm coming through your front door.
Do you mean Lyndon Warden or Danny West?
Danny Jones.
Danny Jones, okay, yeah.
The offer was there because apparently you've got all this information and all this stuff to hand yourself in. Well, we were going to willingly go and do it. And I don't like Danny. I've no time for him, right? But I know he's not what you say because I know
Well,
I'm not. And I know the other
what's he
people
done
out
for-
here who you
what's he
accuse
done-
aren't. So you're accusing people all the time, all this stuff. Now, you've got a psycho beg there that's saying she's been abused. She's saying she's been abused. Well, guess what? Get it to the police station, get their abuser, yeah, and make sure he doesn't hurt anybody else. But you're twisting that onto me. What a weird thing to do when I'm telling you to go and get whoever that was reported. Well, why would
What is it you don't like about Lyndon? What is it you don't like about Danny Jones?
Covering for these nonsense? Why
What
are
is it you
you
don't like
always
about
making
Danny Jones?
apologetics for people like Carl Beach and Matt?
What is it you don't
and
like about
Justin? Why are
Danny
you
Jones?
making these things, Jake?
I don't think you're going to compensate, are you? What don't you like about Danny Jones?
We'll listen to someone just as brave and fearless, a fighter in the battle of child abduction, ritual abuse, and child trafficking.
Jake, why have you run off now? Why are you still playing this
Sabine
over people?
McNeil studied
Alan, answering
computer
questions.
science and mathematics and worked at CERN for 15 years. She then worked as an event organizer, software designer, web publisher, and
I'm telling you,
mathematical
Jake, you
artist.
carry on with this.
In London,
Give me-
she
give me the
volunteered
address,
as a
I'll meet you at
McKinsey
your home.
friend,
I'll come
which
to your
is the
house,
equivalent of a
How's
lay
about that?
legal advisor.
I'm sure you maybe
I
would.
will.
yeah.
I'll tell you now, I will.
She
Soon enough.
contact with victims
Me
of
and you,
sexual
the eye
abuse
to eye,
and
mate,
child
face to face.
abduction
I don't
who
have
were
a
not
problem with
helped
you
by the
looking
justice
to my
system
face
but
or
harmed.
showing me ID, and I'll knock the living daylights out of you.
No, you probably come round with some sort of
No, I
firearm.
won't come round with anything, mate. I'll come round and knock your teeth down your throat. You child abusing piece of shit.
Oh, mate, you're sweating
No,
one out.
mate, about it, mate. Done with you and your nonsense and your bullshit.
You're shitting
I
it,
am
bruv.
telling you now, Jake, I am going to hurt you.
Brother, calm.
No,
calm.
none of this nonsense. I am sick to death of your bullshit.
You're just exposing yourself more,
False. I'm
Darren
not
Williams.
exposing anything, Jake.
Darren
I am
Williams.
I'll tell you what, honestly, mate,
Darren
I am
Williams.
going to Come to the police station, bring your evidence. I'll bring all my ID. You can lay it all in front of them. We'll see what happens, eh? We'll see what happens.
We're doing this our way.
Little shit won't turn up.
We're doing this our way.
Your way? What you mean bullshitting all the time, running and not actually doing anything?
She campaigned with great dedication for children who were taken away from their parents by the state.
You're the one.
You can do the right thing.
Banned from being around anybody under the age of 18. Fact. That's you. You've got charges against you. And I'll tell you what, I am going to laugh my head off. I'm going to enjoy every single minute when you get prosecuted, because you're going to get that. That's what's going to happen.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Raised this issue in the European Parliament.
Come and meet me. I'll be calm then. Yeah, come and meet me. It won't hurt you. Come to the police station. You can hand your stuff in. We'll see what happens.
You're clearly a very unhinged, dangerous.
No, I'm not very unhinged. This is what happens when you make false claims against people and keep bringing other people's names into it that ain't me.
No, you're the one abusing a woman. You're the one abusing a woman about suffering.
I'm not abusing. Wrong again, Jake.
30 years ago.
Somebody to go and report their abuser is not abusing a woman. It's getting what should be done by normal people. Anybody will go and report that. And you are telling her not to.
So why do you abuse Ella and Abraham that did the most amazing
the one
work?
that I seen on that video coaching those children, the one that actually hurt those children, the one that run off from the court and abandoned them to those people. I would abandon children in that situation, mate.
So where was the coaching? Sorry, could you explain the coaching?
Coaching? Say it like this, say it like that. What did they say to you? Oh no, chant, chant, chant. It's right through the video, but you can't see it.
No, it's not right through the video. That's
it's
just
right through the video.
No, and that's totally in context.
Yes, Jake, it is.
Very clearly in context.
Coaching those
this is why we know you're a paedophile. This is why we know you're a paedophile. Because you will not listen to the reality.
Those children. That's the facts. And you can't deal with any of those facts, but I will smash your face in if we ever do meet and you don't go to the police and get this sorted out. Go to the police, won't be any problems. If you don't do, there will be.
When the proceedings started again.
So nobody really knows about it. No, legally, nobody knows about it. No. But that's his private home.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Now, and the most thing for these children took place in Christchurch.
Yes, Christchurch school and church.
And yeah.
And church. And this HCC swimming pool.
So Christchurch
school in Hampstead. Primary school in Hampstead. Christchurch. School in Hampstead.
Is that Hampstead or Hampstead Heath?
Hampstead.
Yes, Hampstead.
And
W3. And next one was probably it took place in the church itself. What's the church called?
Church is just next door to the school. It's actually like.
What is it called? Church.
Christchurch.
Okay.
Christchurch. And it's located on Christchurch Hill.
Just next to the school.
I'm back, chap.
Yeah. And and that's still NW3.
NW3, exactly.
Okay. And I think I heard about McDonald.
Alisa. What is the address? What's his address?
15 Angel.
Yes, but it's in 15. 16 Angel Road.
16. You told me it's 15.
No, 16. 16.
They were changing this.
You told me it was 15.
No, 16.
You told me.
The reason I'm asking because I've got different. The
Angel Road non-state.
No, this is in
What's the real address?
Angel things.
What is it?
15 Angel Road.
You just told them 16. So come on.
Yeah.
So come on. This one has to be watched. His address is 16. No.
Oh, so actually Darren's run away now, just as we get to the point which he is trying to silence the children regarding and abusing those brave people that help the children speak out. Oh my God, he's so desperate. So you told me that I ran away before Darren. Where is it? Now, as soon as I bring up the evidence, you ran away. So let's just elaborate for you then. So Elisa has said 16 Angel Road, and Abraham is speaking with Jean Clement Yehero, the special police constable, as the is an officer in training. His brother-in-law, is he's given the initial disclosures to when they've got back to England. They're in England in this recording. This is just a picture from Morocco of them all happy reading.
No, don't tell me anything. His address is 15 Angel Place, Angel Road, and she just told you it's 16.
So they're trained, as you'll get to the bit after, I believe it, or we'll go back to it, where they are, even in that house, they're so programmed to touch each other sexually. They're so ingrained into them, the brother and sister have to touch each other sexually by the father, Ricky Dearman, that they even feel the urge to do it at that time during at the end of this this kind of I don't know what you'd call it, like a discussion interview, evidence collating session period of time. So she's also they're trained to lie, to do small or big lies, to derail from the truth coming out in a clear, concise fashion if ever it was to leak. So there's all these contingency plans already in place.
Pay close attention to this one.
Does this span on 2 buildings?
Jean Clement.
Does it span on 2 buildings? It doesn't.
No, Jean Clement, I lived with her. You're not listening to me.
Okay.
She lies. Instinctively, she lies.
So if you think she lies, why will you believe her story?
Because I questioned her 10 times, and then I will question him. And what he says that corresponds, we question them separately, like the police do.
Okay.
And anything that corresponds perfectly, we okay.
Okay.
The reason we know that the house, it doesn't matter the number. We know the road, and we know it's right on the corner. It's the corner house. So if you tell us 15, 16, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you tell us, 15, 16, 17, we know it's the corner house.
Okay.
Don't we?
Yes.
What's the real address?
I'm saying the Angel
What
Road
is the number, darling?
It's in the corner.
What is the number? Don't try to evade the question. What's the number?
It's number 15.
Why did you tell us 16 just now? Go and wash your plate, please.
No, but
Come on, did she touch you?
No, she didn't.
That's probably because the information I was provided is meant to confuse the kid. Did
What information was provided by
You're confusing us.
No. Please,
No,
you are naive.
the way it's provided to them.
No, can you stop being naive? Can you just listen to us who have the experience of dealing with them? She purposely and expertly
was misleading.
Well, we get the idea. We heard of this the other day, so we don't need to go over it again for banana nonce, do we? Ridiculous. Projecting, abusive, flapping, silly git. Just do the right thing and just realise your time's up, mate. And you know, however you got involved in this, I guess, you know, be it army, Freemason, childhood, whatever it might be, you can get out. And you may think your life's going to be taken, and maybe it will, and maybe that's the right thing to do. You know, be brave. Let the fuckers come and do what they think. You're just so desperate. Are they threatened you? Is that why you're here, trying to silence us? Get in there, Darren. We've got this on you. Fucking hell, you gave up you're a motorbike racer. You fucking gave up the motorbike team, you fucking little cunt. You stupid northern cunt, I bet they called you. And you're like, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I will respect Buckingham Palace. I'll do everything you want.
Crying for help. There are children screaming to be heard. If you don't hear those children scream, who will?
In total, she accompanied around 50 cases of child abductions. The most familiar one was the Hampstead case, in which she published videos with testimonies from the children Elisa and Gabriel. In it, the children testified that their father had organized a satanic cult that regularly abused and murdered children. They also described how their father led their hands in the murder of babies.
Unser Vater erzwingt mich und uns dazu, weil wir es nicht können. Wir sind nicht stark genug, um einem Baby den Kopf abzuschneiden. Er muss nur das Messer halten und seine Hand oben auf unsere Hand legen und uns helfen, einem Baby den Kopf abzuschneiden, weil er es gerade lernt. Er bringt es mir und Gabriel bei.
Despite these statements, the judiciary did not sentence the father, but the court took the children away from the mother and gave the father sole custody. Later, the same judge in the Scottish abuse case of Holly Greig ensured that the father accused of abuse was not sentenced. However, there were overlaps with the Hampstead case not only in the judge, but also with the perpetrators. Even after the Hampstead verdict, Sabine remained active, collecting tens of thousands of signatures for petitions and documenting evidence. She also made public the list of 175 perpetrators compiled by the mother. This caused problems for the perpetrators, who eventually filed criminal charges against her. At the age of 73, she was then sentenced to a long prison term of 9 years and deported to Germany after around 4 years. Many of her websites were closed. Despite the harassment she suffered in prison, Sabine did not give up. She continues to support fellow campaigners in the fight against child abuse and child trafficking.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
I've not done a thing, and
Looking on the World Wide Web.
to do a thing. You
Looking on the World Wide Web.
and you fucking got the audacity.
Looking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Looking on the World Wide Web. Looking on the World Wide Web. Looking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
No, I've not decided. You decided to come into my life. Don't fucking make some shit up. I don't know who you are, weird old man. Last warning. Last warning. I'm gonna have a knock on the fucking door. By who? I didn't want to bring Sabina into it. They made out she's a solicitor and she's not, okay? I've been requested by law to report them for it because you have to use their name to check it. She said that she is a solicitor. She said that she's a solicitor. She said that her name is Sabina Wood. She said that. Herself said that. AJ then went on to tell the internet. AJ then went on to tell the internet he has control of her Facebook, has her driving license in his wallet. What the fuck is going on there? And she's not agreeing with him. Is this my fault? You lot all came after me. I don't know you people. I've not done anything to Sabina. She has proclaimed to be a solicitor, and now it doesn't marry up with what AJ has said online. You lot think it's fine to go down my Facebook account. I don't even have access to things. You've taken my fucking children and made videos over it. You've put my shit out all over the place. You've got the fucking audacity to call me and tell me to leave you alone. You haven't even got the bollocks to have your number come up. You fucking filth. I have not touched Sabina. I will not. The law will deal with Sabina and you and AJ and Danny and everyone else. I am not fucking scared of you cunts. I have not done I've not decided. You decided to come into my life. Don't fucking make some shit up. I don't know who you are, weird old man. Last warning. Last warning. I'm going to have a knock on the fucking door. By who? I didn't want to bring Sabina into it. They made out she's a solicitor and she's not, okay? I've been requested by law to report them for it because you have to use their name to check it. She said that she is a solicitor. She said that she's a solicitor. She said that her name is Sabina Wood. She said that. Herself said that. AJ then went on to tell the internet. He has control of her Facebook, has her driving license in his wallet.
on the floor. We have to get out of here. We have to get out of here. Take it easy. You take it easy. Quiet.
representation of the Red Queen.
You have to get out.
Modeled after the head programmer's Goddard. She tried to deceive us.
I wouldn't advise this. Disabling me will result in loss of primary power. I implore you.
Implore away.
Please? Please? You're all going to die down here.
bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a traffic map.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy. Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. Knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
What's going on, Sovereign Badass? I want to welcome you here. I'm David Greenberg, and I'm the founder and creator of ConditionalAcceptance.com. I want to welcome you here, whether you're a first-time viewer or even if you're coming back as a regular subscriber. Today, I have something very special for you. We are going to do a walkthrough of the 10 maxims of commercial law. And this is going to be for you if you are someone who is keen on learning conditional acceptance, and not just learning it, I would say mastering it. And I would even go so far as to say that, in my opinion, this is obligatory knowledge. This is knowledge that you want to acquire and want to make it almost mandatory for yourself if you really truly want to master conditional acceptance. And I feel like when you go through this relatively short video and learn these 10 maxims and then start to study them on your own, I think you're going to come to agree with that statement. You're going to see just how powerful this is. And like I said, we're going to go through this. And of course, this is going to be my interpretation of these 10 maxims, because one could interpret them in different ways. So it's important to understand that I'm just going to give you my interpretation. This is not necessarily the only interpretation. You could think of this as an interpretation, but this is going to be mine. I'm just going to move around here, try to make the light a little more interesting, maybe a little more artistic. When I say commercial law, I am referring to the laws of commerce between men and women. In other words, I'm not referring to commercial law as it might be interpreted in terms of statutes or jurisdiction, or codes or statutes that only apply to corporations. I'm actually referring to the laws of commerce, the ancient laws of commerce, because they are very, very old. And these are traditions that go back in time extensively. Nothing new here. So I'm referring to commerce between men and women, because if you've been a student of this work at all, you already know that the voluntary trade and exchange of value between men and women is the foundation and fabric of society. And really, the only way to create a moral society is to have this voluntary exchange. But we do exchange because no one man or woman has all the answers. No one man or woman has all the skills. Okay, so commerce is a necessary component of any society or civilization that we're going to create. So I just want to clarify, when I talk about the 10 maxims of commercial law, I'm talking about commerce between men and women. I'm not talking about statutes or purely corporate fictional nonsense like that. Okay, so let's just make that clear right up front. Okay, so having said that, let's jump in and let's take a look at the 10 maxims. Okay, so the first maxim is usually stated as follows: every workman is worthy of his hire. Every workman is worthy of his hire. So before I give you my interpretation of what that means, comment below the video. What do you think that means? What is the fundamental importance of that maxim? So the way I understand it is, what this means is we are worthy of being compensated for our labor. So whatever you do, whether you create a product or you provide a service of value, you deserve to be paid or compensated in fair exchange for whatever you do. In other words, you cannot be made to work for free. You cannot be forced morally to give up the fruits of your labor and not receive something fair in exchange for that. Okay, so you can see that's a very strong moral foundation that creates a strong fabric in terms of how we exchange values. And it makes sense if you think about it. And have you ever felt resentment, for example, if you've been put in a situation where you feel like you're giving away a lot of value and getting little to nothing in return? Comment below if you've ever been in that position where you don't feel like you've been fairly compensated for what you do. Okay, now I'm not saying that people can't give away things for free from their own voluntary choice. For example, I'm not charging you to watch this video. Okay, I could have put this behind a paywall. The dogs are going to be barking a bit. I could have put this behind a paywall, but I didn't, because I made the conscious and voluntary choice to give away this information for free. And I believe that we should give away this foundational knowledge for free. Okay, but in terms of the work effort, one's effort as a laborer, whatever you create, whatever that creation is, you deserve to be compensated fairly, and you actually deserve to set what that compensation should be for yourself. Nobody gets to dictate that for you. So that's my interpretation of the first maxim, which is every workman is worthy of his hire. So comment below the video what your thoughts are on that, and let's move on to the second maxim. Okay, so the second maxim is all are equal under the law. All are equal under the law. And sometimes this has also been explained as or written as no one is above the law. And you've probably heard that expression or maybe even used it. But what's interesting about that is, what is the law that is being referred to? Well, it is none other than natural law, or God's law, or the law of creation, not man-made law. So when we say that no one is above the law or all are equal under the law, we're basically saying all men and women are born equal. Okay, so you cannot be born a slave, or you cannot be born with less rights than another man or woman, because we're all born equal under the law. So that's what this means. It's very simple. So when you're, for example, conducting your administrative processes and you're dealing with these public officials, and you are dealing with different even private individuals who are the CEOs of corporations or judges or any of these capacities, you want to really keep it in your mind that whomever you're dealing with, you are equal with that other man or woman under the law, under natural law. And there's nothing that they can say or do to put them in a higher position than you with respect to your natural and unalienable rights. So it's really important to keep that in mind in terms of how you respond to their actions and how you address them in terms of your own conditional acceptance letters, your administrative process, or even any of your private dealings with men and women in the course of your life. Okay, so go ahead and comment below the video if you have any thoughts or interpretations about that. All are equal under the law. So the third maxim of commercial law is, in commerce, truth is sovereign. In commerce, truth is sovereign. And this is really good news. Actually, I think all of these maxims are great news when you fully comprehend and understand it and know what the true meaning is and how you can truly apply them in your own dealings. But comment below the video, what do you think is the significance of this one? In commerce, truth is sovereign. It's also been stated in a similar manner that your word is your bond. And it would be insane, it's been said that it would be insane to try to conduct affairs based on falsehoods, right? Like, it's just absolutely insane. because it would just fall apart, because there is a fundamental truth to the way things work, and that applies to commerce just like it does with all interactions. Okay, so what that means is that you want to conduct your own affairs by aligning yourself with what is true, and you should expect others to do the same and hold them to that same standard. Okay, so this is really good news. Like I said, it means that everything is basically built on a foundation of truth, and if it's not, then it cannot stand. It will basically fall apart like a house of cards. Okay, so again, that maxim, the third maxim, is in commerce, truth is sovereign. And it's said that because of that, the sovereign always tells the truth. Okay, the fourth maxim is truth is expressed in the form of an affidavit. Truth is expressed in the form of an affidavit. Now, I've talked about affidavits. I made a separate video discussing them. I'll probably also talk more about them in future videos because it is such an important topic. And if you recall, if you've taken my free course, or if you've gone through any of this material, or really done any study at all, you will already know that essentially every conditional acceptance letter is also an affidavit. So why is this important? This is you, or anyone who's conducting commerce, basically having skin in the game. This is you willing to put your neck on the line, willing to put your reputation on the line, and put a stake in the ground and say, what I'm stating or asking for or doing or commanding or expecting is all based on what is true. And you're usually making some kind of declaration in front of witnesses to that effect, and holding yourself accountable. Now, there's different ways to hold oneself accountable, but the bottom line is, the principle is that you're basically saying, I'm speaking the truth, and I'm putting it in writing, and I'm signing it, basically, with my own hand, to say that what I'm saying is true. Okay, and again, you can see why and how it's so important that you be true to your word, that we all are true to our word, for society to function in a moral manner, in a harmonious and moral manner, because we are essentially expecting and holding each other accountable to that standard. Okay, but the affidavit is the specific contractual and commercial vehicle to express the truth as you understand it. It's an individually notarized and declared statement. That's the important part of it. It's not a faceless form letter coming from a corporation, for example. If it's coming from someone who works in a corporation, it would come from that man, for example, the CEO. It would be signed by the CEO by his own hand and sworn by him personally, even if it's being done in the name of, for example, of some corporation. So truth is expressed in the form of an affidavit. Okay, now pay attention to this next one. Again, like I said, these are all very important, but this next one is so powerful in the context of your conditional acceptance letters. So check this out. An unrebutted affidavit stands as truth in commerce. Check that out. How about them apples? An unrebutted affidavit stands as truth in commerce. So comment below the video, why do you think that's so important? Why is that such good news for you in your administrative process? Comment below the video if you can see how powerful that is, if you grasp it. Okay, so let's walk through this. So you send a conditional acceptance letter, which is an affidavit, and you're inviting the other party to respond, right? Because now we're negotiating. So you're inviting them to send back their response. Now they can either accept unconditionally, they can come up with their counteroffer, or they can even rebut your points. And you see that when we write these affidavits, this is the way I teach it, and this is the way I think it's mostly taught, is you're making each item, each statement that you're making or allegation has its own line. So if they're going to rebut it, they would have to rebut each item point by point. rather than just them being able to rebut the entire thing as one statement. Okay. So as long as you're speaking the truth, right? Because the sovereign always speaks the truth. As long as you're speaking the truth, and the other party, the other man or woman who is the recipient of your affidavit, does not come back and rebut it, then that's the truth. They've essentially agreed with you, and any third party would agree as well that that is what is true. And that you can see just how powerful that is as far as your administrative process and conditional acceptance in general and commerce. Okay, so comment below, what are your insights from that? An unrebutted affidavit stands as truth in commerce. Now, this next one is going to sound almost the same as the fifth one. So they sound almost the same. And so it's a bit of a nuance, but see if you can pick up the significance of this one in contrast to number 5. So number 6 is an unrebutted affidavit becomes the default judgment in commerce. An unrebutted affidavit becomes the default judgment in commerce. So if you've ever dealt with the courts, you have almost certainly come across this concept of default judgment. So this is essentially the same thing, except now the affidavit is essentially the court. There can be cases to invoke what is called a common law court. That can be done. But in lieu of that, or if that's not necessary, essentially the affidavit is essentially the court and it is the default judgment. So what that means is you won the case. If they don't rebut your affidavit, the judgment is in your favor. It's the same trick that that they pull in statutory jurisdiction where they pull a default judgment, except now you were able to obtain that yourself just because you spoke the truth in an affidavit and it wasn't rebutted by the other party. So how about them apples? Okay, see just how powerful that is. So I know it seems like a subtle nuanced difference from the previous maxim, but it's really important that you are establishing the law with respect to your affairs when you put your neck out there and make a sworn statement and the other party does not rebut it. So an unrebutted affidavit becomes default judgment. Okay, so this next one, there's a couple of different ways to explain it, but the most common way, for example, would be in order in commerce for a matter to be resolved, it must be expressed. For a matter to be resolved, it must be expressed. Okay, another way to say the same thing is you have to stand up for yourself. You've got to speak up. If there's an issue, you've got to raise your voice or put it in writing and state your case. No one's going to come along and just speak on your behalf. No one is expected to come to your rescue. Okay, you are the superhero of your own story. But the bottom line is if you don't speak up, then you're basically agreeing to whatever's happening. Okay, you have to speak up if there's an issue. The onus is on you. So that's really important. That ties back to the principle of self-defense, which again, I've talked about this. Self-defense is physical and mental. It's not just physical. We heard you've got to make the issue known that there's an issue in order for it to be addressed. And you're doing that principally through the affidavit. We've got an issue here. We need to talk about this. Okay. So a matter must be expressed to be resolved. Comment below if that's making sense. And let's continue. We're more than halfway through. Comment below the video if this has been powerful for you so far, just what you've seen. And it's helping, a few, maybe a few insights, or you're getting a few downloads that are going to help you to improve your own administrative process. So go ahead and comment below the video. Okay, this next one It's going to sound a little warlike, but I think if you read between the lines, you'll understand how it applies to commerce and interactions between men and women. So the maxim is, he who leaves the battlefield first loses by default. Okay, so if you think about it in life, if you're playing a game, for example, any game at all, any sport, what usually happens? What is the usual way of dealing with it if one of the players just walks off the playing field? What usually happens? Comment below. Comment below the video. What usually happens to me? Right? That's usually how it works. Because by walking off the field, you essentially cede the victory. You basically say, I'm out. I cede the game. So it's the same way in commerce. And it's looked at as a battlefield. Now, again, you can interpret that as you want. It doesn't mean that there's necessarily going to be blood on your hands on that battlefield, but essentially, it is essentially like a battle. It is like a war. It can be, especially when you're dealing with an adversary, or especially when you're dealing with an issue where someone's trying to take advantage of you vis-a-vis some kind of fraud. You're going to have to address that, okay? So he who leaves the battlefield first loses by default. All right, we're getting close to the end here. We're at maxim number 9. And again, there are different interpretations. There might even be other interpretations that might include more than 10 maxims, or slightly different interpretations or different versions, okay? But this is the most common, most recognized interpretation. So number 9 is, sacrifice is the measure of credibility. So another way to say the same thing is, if you're not willing to put any skin in the game, then you have no credibility. Why should I take you seriously in commerce? Why should I want to conduct business with you if you're not willing to put any skin in the game? If you're not willing to, back up, put your money where your mouth is, to back up your word, to make your word your bond, which means you may even be willing to assume some liability. So a great example of that is the lien process, the commercial lien, L-I-E-N, where liens are always voluntary. And so the idea is, if you're willing to accept a lien on your property under certain circumstances, what that's demonstrating is that you have credibility, because you're willing to make a sacrifice in the event that you are wrong, that you are proven to be wrong about whatever it is, whatever your position is. If you're not willing to put any skin in the game, you shouldn't be taken seriously. That's essentially what that's saying. And I agree with that. I think someone who's not willing to put any skin in the game, why should I take them seriously? Why should I put something of mine at risk in play and take on some liability if they're not willing to do the same thing? Okay, so that's how I interpret it. But comment below if you have a different interpretation. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are. Okay, so sacrifice is the measure of credibility. All right, and now we come to the 10th maxim, and now we're tying it all together. So building on what we just spoke about in terms of sacrifice and liability, we mentioned that lien is the most common way in commercial law to accept a liability, the willingness to accept a lien on one's property under certain circumstances. So the 10th maxim is that if there is a lien, it can only be satisfied in one of 3 ways. It can be satisfied by a rebuttal, a point-by-point rebuttal of the affidavit. It can be satisfied by a trial by jury. In this case, it would be a common law jury. It wouldn't be the commercial statutory juries that we are mostly accustomed to. It would be an actual jury of peers, a common law jury, where it's decided to remove the lien as part of the decision. Or the third way, of course, is to pay the lien, to make the payment on the obligation, because the lien essentially is a debt obligation. So that's pretty much it. That is the 10th maxim. And if you were paying attention, again, you almost certainly got your hands on some golden nuggets, some real value bombs in terms of what's going to help you to have more success in your administrative process, in terms of crafting your own letters, and in terms of basically being able to achieve some kind of remedy or positive outcome for yourself. So I want to encourage you to keep going, as I always do. And just for those of you who might be brand new and aren't sure like what's the best way to proceed, let me give you a couple of pointers. The first thing is you're going to want to jump into our free online community. We are active
not without all of what has been going on for the last 10 years. The two individuals who have actually been making, who give the impression of stalking and harassing these, still promoting this conspiracy that they've been involved in a sort of cult sort of thing, is yourself and Kaylee Ionoff, who I think is your girlfriend now or something.
So yeah, you've been mislaid. You've been misrepresented the truth here regarding what's occurred.
Right. At the end of the day, it's stuff which has been put onto the internet.
But I'm saying your premise, the premise of what you're basing your suggestions of misinformation is in turn the inversion of the truth. So there is this active. They were involved in child sexual abuse, trafficking, and the murder of small babies.
Well, that is your opinion, of course, and I respect your opinion.
No, it's proven. It's proven.
Well, the thing is there has been investigations, there has been court cases.
Incorrect.
Sorry.
In
court.
No,
I think you have been in court.
The evidence wasn't. No, I was not charged with any any wrong intention. I was charged for only offending in the wording that I used against Ricky.
Okay, so let's put aside this debate of whether what has happened sort of 10 years ago. What is your position now? You know, everybody's had their chance, had their say, etc. about all this. What I want, from my point of view, as their representative, I want all mentions of Mr. Dearman and also his children to cease. You and Kaylee are, at this moment in time, the two key people throughout the world. I mean, there's been hundreds and hundreds of people on this, sort of promoting this thing, but it's kind of like died down as things do. The circus has moved on, but you and Kaylee are still promoting this, and it's not giving the kids in this and Ricky Dearman any kind of peace. And I'm just asking you if you can.
But you're not listening to what I said. So you're asking me to what? Sorry, to cease.
I'm asking you to stop mentioning them.
Yeah, so you've just presented some incorrect points as well to say that every side's being heard. So the case was covered up in the private family court. It should have gone through a criminal investigation. The boy describes how he's seen pictures of his dad doing sex to him on his devices. He describes how his dad gives him white powder to sniff out of a big bag that puts it into a smaller bag. None of these points were addressed. The hair sample, which would have had those, went missing. The mother never saw the hair samples with that drug test. So there's just so many incorrectual points that you're making that you really need to go back to the drawing table and figure out actually who's telling you the truth.
I'm not interested in everybody's had their investigations. The police have done their
No. I just told you. It got funneled to a private family court. It did not go through judicial process to the criminal courts like it should have done.
There was a social services investigation. There was a police investigation in this, and both the social services and the police did not find anything to prosecute, charge, or do anything.
Incorrect. So you're either involved or you've been mislaid. You misrepresented the information. So whatever you want to do going forward, you do what you want to do, and you'll be held accountable along with the rest. So
So are you with an organisation, or is this just a freelance activity you're doing?
My company's called Castle Corbenek, and I represent clients like Ricky Dearman and the 2 kids. I've been appointed to deal with this.
Castle
Corbenek Limited.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so I deal with creatives, yeah, and one of my clients is Ricky Dearman and also his youngsters, and I've been asked to deal with this. Now, what I'm asking in a positive spirit to let this go. So if you proceed to continue to post about Ricky Dearman and his children, then things are going to get more serious for you in the situation of court action will be taken against you, plus there will be referrals to the police.
You would have done that already by now, mister. So you are being used or you are involved, one or the other. Which is it?
I'm their representative. So,
but
I'm asking you to...
What does that mean? What does that mean? You're willing to lie for people and threaten people? Is that what you're saying? You're threatening me?
I'm asking you to stop mentioning these
Why
people.
are you not going with the truth, though? Why are you willing just to relay these incorrect statements?
Well, from my point of view, there's been 10 years for you and others to actually prove your case, and you haven't proved your case.
Yeah, we have. Yes, we have. It's not been refuted. The evidence is available. Yeah. Have you seen the medical reports? Have you seen how he says that his dad is best friends forever, BFFs, with Lewis Hollins, the school teacher, and the inconsistencies in the retractions, quote unquote, where the daughter, Elisa, says... no, my father's never met Lewis Hollins, doesn't even know him. And then this is the year 3 or 4 teacher, and then Gabriel in the same supposed retraction. It's meant to be a solid retraction, which has been verified by many ex-police and people who are very trained in children investigation, that these are impossible to coach that level, and they were not consistent, the retractions, whereas the allegations were totally consistent. And the boy, he said, yes, my dad comes down from Sheffield and stays with Lewis Hollins. They're really good friends or something like that. Like, he reiterates what they've already said in the previous disclosures of over an hour each, near an hour and a half. And then they are clearly sedated or under some sort of very heavy psychological pressure and intimidation. And they then make these very flimsy, non-correlating, non-full retractions at all. You have been misled, or you are... by the sounds of it, you're not involved, because you do sound too naive to it. But I'm telling you, 100% factual, that Ricky Dearman, bless him, I do not know malice, because he's obviously gone through something to become in this situation himself. But he is, sadly, a paedophile and involved in child murder.
I can only give you certain facts, and the first fact is there has been a police investigation.
No, incorrect. No, it was not a police investigation. No, it was a police cover-up. They're different.
Martin was actually the head of that investigation.
Steve Martin, it got upheld. It got upheld by the Criminal Case Review Committee. No, sorry, the IPCC, the Independent Police Department, before it got changed to the IOPD. Suspiciously, because they upheld twice, once in 2015, once in 2016, that the interviewing officer appeared to lead the retractions. There needed to be further investigation, a full investigation, it stated, and the mother, Ella, my friend, has never heard back from the the IPCC. They changed their name to the IOPD, and they have ignored her, and we are going through every other process. We're dealing with the I won't give away all our information, but we've been pursuing this every single day for 10 years. This is a very high level paedophile cult, a generational incestual cult, and you are either involved, and you've made yourself involved now, and by relaying these facts just for money, just because you're being paid to work for somebody, does not wash. And like Henry Milner wrote in his book, there are no lawyers in heaven. I don't take that vein literally. Henry Milner is not very good appearingly involved, being threatened on us by other Satanist paedophiles in this cult. And also, this is coming. The justice is coming. So you either got to make a decision now. You either are involved or you get out of it.
Well, my point of view is that I'd like the stalking and harassment of Mr. Dearman and his children to cease. I have been appointed for 3 of these individuals. The youngsters have asked that you also cease to mention them, so I'm representing them as well. If they're now adults, of course, so if they're not under any influence of anybody anymore, they're doing their own things.
No, that's totally irresponsible thing to say. You think an adult can't be under psychological pressure, intimidation?
Well, they're not.
They absolutely are.
If there was any issues, they would have gone to the police themselves as adults. This hasn't happened.
That doesn't happen. That's not when you've been threatened with prison for killing babies and raping children from a young age. You are under immense psychological pressure. So either you are in the same situation, and I have utmost compassion for you, I feel for you, and I wish you all the best. I can continue this call as long as you want, but it's only going to go round in circles.
Yeah, well, it would be a waste of time, but you now know my position, okay?
If that's what you want to...
This stalking harassment must cease, otherwise I will take legal action and there'll be police sort of involved as well. So that's my position, and I've tried to resolve this diplomatically, in a friendly, open, transparent manner with yourself. We're having this conversation as a result, and it is frustrating that you are moving down a pathway where you're going to continue the stalking and harassment of my client.
No, you're projecting. You have called my sister to call me, to threaten me on people that if there was an issue, they would have gone to the police. They would have brought this up with the actual avenues of what we're supposedly doing. But because my court case, I was innocent on 138 posts out of 140 posts. I was innocent on a total whole charge of giving out leaflets at the Church Synod in Westminster with the named children, with the named father, with the named location and the accusations. They only managed to get me through fear, because me and my solicitor, we were too scared and too but at the time we were too, under the pressure and confusion of the whole situation, because it is bizarre. And if you aren't, let's just take it on face value that you're not involved. It is terribly confusing. I'll give you that. It is terribly bizarre. But that does not give you an excuse to lie about the facts in hand.
Well, all I can say, I thank you very much for contacting me and discussing this. My position doesn't change, and I'm sure your position doesn't change. I can only state what will happen moving forwards, and that's how we must leave it, I guess. You know, it's appreciated for calling me. You have my telephone number. You can contact me at any point, in the future, and I'm happy to receive your call. But I don't think we're going to be getting anywhere in this conversation today.
Interesting. Oh, well, we'll see where we go, hey?
Okay. Thanks so much for your call, Jake.
Thanks, bye.
Okay, bye.
Who are these 20 special children?
There's Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay, so how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her, mostly.
Who?
Well, so they also make shoes of the skin, of the baby's skin. They got a special tool and they put it in the skin and then, like in the baby's skin, and then they take it off. And then they stick it, because the blood is kind of sticky, and stick it on the shoe, the sole and the flip-flops. They stick.
Hello, a very good morning. It's 7 o'clock. This is Mornings with me, Anna Jones. Here's how things are looking. We hear the story of Joash McCulloch, one of the alarming number of young people losing their lives the moment they leave the care system, aged 18. Police investigating the fatal crash on the A69. Agreement handing the UK intelligence to develop AI tools to combat the Russian threat. How social media is inciting violent protests and vigilantism in Glasgow, and innocent people have been caught in the crossfire. Hello, a very good morning. Thanks for joining us here on Mornings. So young people leaving the care system in England are dying at almost 4 times the rate of the general population the same age. Last year, 112 care leavers aged 18 to 24 died, and it's thought just over a third took their own lives. Well, those are the findings from an urgent government review today. Our people and politics correspondent Nick Martin spoke to the family of Joash McCulloch, a care leaver who died shortly after his 18th birthday, and a warning his report contains references to suicide.
This is Joash McCulloch. He was autistic, and by the time he was 14, his parents had made the hardest decision of their lives, that the safest place for their son was not with them. 4 years later, he was dead.
He made himself known from day one, really.
It's like he didn't have any brakes in his brain.
He did everything at 100 miles an hour. Bright boy with a lot to offer the world.
But Joash could also be violent.
I mean, the first time he knocked me out, he would have been 5.
What happened? He struck you?
He just, hit me straight in the head, and it was about an ice cream.
He tried to hang himself in the home, and it was his younger brother that found him. I think he must have been 12.
Andy and Jess say they spent a decade asking for help. In 2021, they ran out of road.
We can't cope. We're not functioning. We can't keep him safe here.
And that was the day he went into care.
South Yorkshire. He was 14.
Why did they send him to Rotherham? They couldn't find anything else.
It's a familiar story. Government figures show that 4 in 10 children in care in England are placed outside of their own local authority area.
He was so isolated. He was literally at home all the time.
When that placement broke down, he was sent to Milton Keynes, not a registered children's home, but a place designed for older children on their way out of care. And then Joash turned 18.
The entire weight of everything that social services had done with him was all focused towards what are you going to do when you turn 18. So first and foremost, it was in his mind a massive cliff edge that was coming and coming and coming. In the November, he had a suicide attempt, took an overdose, ended up in hospital, and then was discharged without a psych review, without a referral, without anyone letting social services even know.
He came off the ADHD medication he'd taken since he was 5. His mother said she warned his social worker what was coming. 9 weeks later, Joash took his own life on a railway line.
They phoned us after lunch and said, we've had a look, and his left hand is intact. And if you would like to, you can come and spend time with him, to sit with him and to hold his hand. And I knew it was him. There was no doubt that that was my boy. I knew those hands so well.
A government review has found 112 care leavers died aged 18 to 24 in 2025. Its findings are fall away sharply at exactly the point they need it most. An inquest will examine Joash's death early next year. His family hope it will provide answers to the many questions they have.
A really touching story there, that report by Nick, of course, and a longer version of his report you can actually watch now if you scan that QR code, 20-minute version, I think, Nick, isn't it? And Nick, the government, so what have they discovered?
In the wrong direction. In 2024, we reported in this studio that 90 care leavers had died in that year. In 2025, that has risen to 112. That is an increase of nearly 1/4. And so there's something really deeply wrong within the system. And last year, we did a lot of work on care leavers. We made a documentary about a young girl called Nanita who, despite warning everybody around her that she wanted to take her own life when she reached 18, managed to. And in part, that's prompted this urgent review. What has come out of it is not only that the numbers are rising, but there is a wholesale system failure in the care system now. What do I mean by that? The quality of accommodation that children are sent to is woeful. Often 4 in 10 are sent out of their area, like Joash was, leading to isolation. The gap between children's mental health and adult mental health is like a chasm. And so children are left in really quite a state of isolation. And it is the age 18 which this review reveals is the most perilous, when children leave care and all of that support collapses around them.
So huge challenges to address this. What's the government saying so far about what they're going to do?
I think you can't knock the government for doing a review like this. But I said to Josh McAllister, the Children's Minister, when he launched it, what do you not know about the wrongs and the ills of this system that you need another review to carry out? But what I think it has done is it has brought it all back into focus. It has consolidated, this review has consolidated all of the things that are wrong with the system. The key now, Anna, is what the government does with it. We know what the problems are. The children in the system know what the problems are. Joash's parents know all too well what the problems are. The government now need to put measures in place to try and shore up the care system for children, so that when they go in the system, they are meant to be nurtured and loved, just like we would nurture and love our own children. For many, many children, that is simply not the case today. And it is a system under real pressure, and the stakes are high because we're dealing with some of the most vulnerable children in the country.
Yeah, I'm going to be talking to Josh Campbell, the Children's Minister, a little bit later on. We can put some of these issues to him, as well as someone involved in writing up the review who was in care system themselves. So we're definitely going to be exploring this in some depth a little bit later, and you'll be back for that, Nick. But for the moment, thanks very much indeed. And we should say as well that, as well as the fact that we're talking to Josh McAllister, we should say that if you've been affected by anything that you've heard in this story, you can contact the Samaritans at any time on 116 123 or visit samaritans.org. Now, police investigating the fatal crash on the A66 that saw 2 policemen killed have made 12 arrests. 9 men and 3 women have been detained on suspicion of a range of offences, including organised crime. Meanwhile, a fundraiser for the families of PC's Tom Clough and Matthew Blades has passed £700,000. Our national correspondent, Tom Parmenter, reports.
As arrests are made and evidence is gathered, the investigation is deepening. But at the centre of it all are the memories of 2 fallen officers. PC Tom Clough and PC Matthew Blades were killed when their patrol car was hit by a VW driving the wrong way down the A66 in Middlesbrough. The Police Federation, which represents frontline officers, has been supporting the families of both men.
They are the embodiment of policing. Tom and Matt were so passionate about their job. They absolutely loved policing, loved doing what they did, and were a credit to the community and to our force.
You've spoken to both families. How are they?
Understandably, their worlds have absolutely fallen apart.
The 5 young men in the VW Passat that had been pursued through the streets before the crash lost their lives too. The police said 4 had previous convictions and were investigating other suspected links to organised crime. They also said that at this stage, there is no evidence to suggest that they were filming what they were doing for TikTok. But 12 suspects have now been arrested in connection with drugs, firearms and organised crime.
We know we have a huge number of issues and challenges here. It's no secret our crime statistics here have been on the wrong end of the table for a long time, and Cleveland police have made huge efforts to deal with that.
It is an appalling aftermath, but the police have vowed to work robustly to bring anyone involved to justice. Tom Parmenter, Sky News, Middlesbrough.
Britain and Ukraine have signed an agreement to jointly develop artificial intelligence, defence and security tools. The agreement brings together researchers, engineers and tech firms from both countries, and it means the UK will be the first international partner to access Ukraine's so-called Avengers AI labs. This follows news that Britain is giving Ukraine classified information on its long-range Scalp missile so that Ukrainians can assemble them for themselves. Our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, reports.
If there had been any doubts about Andy Burnham's commitment to the Ukrainian cause, he has in one day dispelled them, making Kyiv his first foreign destination as Prime Minister, standing alongside Ukraine's wartime leader, his voice ringing with conviction. He pledged his support.
As President Zelensky has said, Ukraine is not a poor relative, but a strong ally. I'd go further still. Ukraine has been Europe's protector, not a drain on our security, but the front line of keeping Europe safe.
The Prime Minister had come to Kyiv for Ukrainian independence events, a day laden with symbolism, highlighting sacrifices made in this, a promise to let Ukraine build its own Storm Shadow missiles, provoking, predictably, Russia's anger.
Britain is participating in this war on the side of the Kyiv regime. Britain is methodically and consistently adding fuel to the fire and plotting to prevent a peaceful settlement process. That is precisely what they're doing.
But what does the UK get in return for that Storm Shadow technology? Well, Britain wants to tap into something that Ukraine, and only Ukraine really has, operational experience in raging on the front line with Russian forces, a sci-fi war of machines, drones and AI. Ukraine is developing powerful AI platforms helping to trace, track and target the enemy, and Britain will now have access to the AI technology that Ukraine is building. These pictures said all about this war, the world's first military parade comprising only unmanned weapon systems. What you could missile attacks on civilian targets. France has now authorized Ukraine to use its technology to make its own interceptors to neutralize the ballistic missile menace. Britain's Ministry of Defence has told Sky News the UK will not be doing the same as part of this latest deal with Ukraine. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News.
Sky News understands a former fisherman from South Yorkshire has become the first British citizen to die fighting for Russia in Ukraine. Bradley Townsend from Barnsley is reported to have been killed on the 10th of June by a suicide drone in the Donetsk region, just months after travelling to Russia in April. The Foreign Office says it's aware of reports that a British national has died in Ukraine and is in contact with their family. Well, following his trip to Kyiv, the Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, will head to the United States, we understand, next month. Alex is here to tell us a little bit more about this. So what do we know about the Prime Minister's trip then, and what is he going for in particular?
Well, there's been a piece in Bloomberg where Andy Burnham has said that no details have been confirmed yet, but it's likely that he's going to go to the US next month in September to lobby Donald Trump on Ukraine. Specifically, it's on this point, we think, about these Patriot interceptor missiles. That's what Volodymyr Zelensky has been pleading for. And Russia really going to ramp up their attacks on Ukraine, probably targeting infrastructure, electricity, heating that can really hit the civilian population. But because of the Iran war, these interceptors have been diverted there, and there's a kind of shortage of them. And that's why Donald Trump hasn't really followed through on this promise that he made to give them. So Andy Burnham is going to be trying to use the special relationship to get Donald Trump to give these interceptors to Zelensky. And let's see how successful.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's quite a big ask, isn't it, when they've not met in person, as I understand, or certainly not since he's Prime Minister.
No, this would be the first visit to the US since he was made Prime Minister in July. And they haven't had time to build a relationship yet, and it'd be interesting to see if they're able to. We know that Keir Starmer, despite all their differences on personality and politics, was able to build quite a close relationship with Donald Trump. And Andy Burnham, who I imagine Donald Trump thinks is even more to the left than Keir Starmer, he needs to now build on that. Let's see if he can deliver. I think what was interesting yesterday, we saw obviously the UK give Ukraine these classified blueprints to build their own Storm Shadow missiles, which are our missiles, and that was a big move. And I wonder whether that was a way to try and influence Trump or kickstart him into giving these Patriot missiles to Zelensky.
Yeah, I mean, it would be so interesting seeing a kind of similar scene to this with Andy Burnham sitting with President Zelensky, seeing him potentially in the White House sitting with Donald Trump. I mean, there was so much scrutiny of Keir Starmer's visits, weren't there? And it'd be so interesting to see how Burnham would play it.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is all eyes are on the special relationship and whether it can be maintained despite there obviously being a new UK Prime Minister.
Exactly. Alex, thanks very much indeed. We shall watch and wait for that visit. Thanks very much indeed. Now then, we're going to talk housing now, and we're going to talk to the Housing Minister, Matthew Pennycook, who's here with me. A very good morning to you, and thanks for coming in. So today you're announcing the first wave of government funding to boost the number of affordable homes. £10 billion of the already earmarked £39 billion that you're talking about its allocation of today. 60% of that is for social rent.
A bit more than 60, but yep.
How much then?
Just about 63%.
63%, OK, is for the more affordable homes, which is pretty much in line with what Keir Starmer had lined up. Andy Burnham, though, had previously called for that programme to be spent entirely on social homes. So is this a bit of a backtrack?
Well, just to put it into context, we did allocate £39 billion across a 10-year programme. That's the biggest investment in social and affordable housing in a generation. We're allocating that first wave of funding. It's going to go to both housing associations, other providers, but importantly, councils for the first time will get long-term certainty. 3 councils will be strategic partners through the programme. And responding to the Prime Minister's call that we drive up the rates of council house building, we're going to set more money back in future ways. We're leaving 16 billion unallocated outside London, where we'll prioritise council house building. So we absolutely have got to get councils back in the game seriously. We got the highest delivery of council housing last year since 1991-92. That's a good base to build on, but we're determined to drive up rates higher.
Yeah, and I'll talk a little bit more about council housing in a moment, but this issue of social rent homes, the Prime Minister had argued that increasing the number of them would lower welfare bills and homelessness, provide security for people on lower incomes. And there are 1.3 million households who are on local authority housing registers at present. So it's a huge number in need. So why isn't the proportion of homes going to social rent higher?
Well, again, let me reiterate, £39 billion, that is a huge amount of money. It's the biggest investment in social and affordable housing in a generation. We are putting, as I said, in this initial wave, 63% roughly into social rent.
My point is that Andy Burnham was talking about 100%.
And we've got a balance here, delivery, getting the money out the door to housing associations and others that can get building quickly. Councils are in that bracket. As I say, we're going to hold more money back for councils in future rounds. But there is a balance to be struck here. How quickly can we get councils back in the game? But also the fact that we've got to get delivery moving. But the proportions of money going to social rent in this programme dwarfs anything that previous governments have done. This is a serious plan. Of course, we've got more to do. I've got 29,000 people on the council housing waiting list in my own borough. The need is really acute out there, but we've got to turn things around. And that's how we'll bring down the benefit bill, how we'll reduce the eye-watering costs of temporary accommodation that councils are picking up as things stand.
Shelter have welcomed the fact that you're using councils as strategic partners for the first time. Yeah. They're talking about it as laying the foundation for a council house revolution. But they do say that there are still underlying obstacles that will hold councils back from building. And they're calling for you to remove those in the budget, like unsustainable housing debt. So will you tackle those obstacles and make it easier for councils?
So we've already done a huge amount over the last 2 years to reinvigorate council house building. We've fundamental reform to the right to buy. We've given councils and other providers a 10-year rent settlement, rent convergence.
What about these obstacles?
All these things are making a difference. We'll keep everything under review. The Prime Minister has tasked us with getting back to the highest rates of council house building since the post-war period, since they collapsed in the early 1980s. That's what we're determined to do. As I say, the funding allocated to strategic partners that are councils in this first wave, but also that £16 billion that we're holding back outside London, which will prioritise social rent, but council housing within that will allow us to really scale up those numbers. But I think your viewers understand we're talking about a very low basic. Council housing delivery was down to about 1,000 per year in 2013. So we've made progress. We delivered the highest rate since 1991-92 last year, just over 10,000 council homes. But we've really got to step things up.
Yeah, but if you look at your broader commitment to build 1.5 million homes, the speed you're adding them is not currently on track to meet that target. So why should we trust you as far as affordable homes is concerned?
Well, we delivered the highest rate of affordable homes last year, just around 64,000.
You're not on track to meet the target
Since 2014-15. And I make the point that it's really important that this social and affordable housing grant funding goes out because it helps get other sites moving. On the target, we spoke, I think, only last week about the target. It's always, we've been very clear about the fact it's an incredibly stretching target. We think it's the right one. It's right to maintain that ambition. As a government, we could have picked a far less stringent target, easily met it. It wouldn't have been commensurate with the nature of the housing crisis that we face. As I said, 29,000 people on the housing wait list in my own borough. So the ambition is right. Of course, it's a difficult period for house builders, not least owing to the conflict in the Middle East.
Let me ask you about funding, because the Tories are questioning your funding. They say it's been backloaded to fall outside the spending review and this Parliament. They say Andy Burnham will never pay for it. What would you say to them?
I'd say they're plain wrong. The money allocated today, a significant proportion of it will be spent in this spending review period in this Parliament, and we'll get homes delivered through this £9.5 billion initial wave in the coming years.
What about who lives in the social housing? The Tories have said that they would revoke the right of foreign nationals to social housing, as do Reform. And yesterday, Reform proposed putting British-born workers under 35, particularly married couples with children, at the front of the social housing queue. They say it's currently not fair that British people are unable to get on the housing ladder ahead of foreign nationals. Do you think British nationals should be prioritised?
Well, if I can just lay out a few facts, because I think there's a lot of misinformation out here about this. State benefits, if you don't have access to local authority housing assistance, you cannot qualify for social housing. Migrants don't qualify for social housing. Obviously, people who arrive here illegally don't qualify for social housing. When we talk about eligible foreign nationals, around 1 in 10 social homes have a lead tenant in the household who's a foreign national.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh, Becca.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids